regular season.
You can start doing that. Play for maybe. Just at this point, play for your strengths.
Because if they're trying to fight for the trio mid, they're going against a trio mid that is already well established. We're looking at the stats once again for the Kings Initiator, Edok, #1, #8, #6, #2. But he's been playing a different kind of game for a lot of the games this season. Like, he can play pickoff style, he can play AoE, groundbreaking plays on the Tigreal, he can play the Francos, he can even play the chips really well. And RQ's captain here, Rins, has done a really good job at also accentuating that kind of style. He's also been able to play the Zas. We've seen him on, the long-range heroes, the artillery heroes. He's also been able to play the Valentina, the Luo Yis really well. That flexibility is something that I don't think Daewoo United have right now.
Definitely not, man. RRQ, they've made a mark for themselves by being able to have such a wide hero pool here, especially with Kescute utilizing it to its full potential. Here, there is the victory here by the Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Chen with the farming patterns and neutral objectives, especially if his team can back him up. And Dairon getting a signature playmaking hero. But honestly, for #2, you can replace that with Edok as well. And that's where the puzzle begins for Dewa. Do they want to be concerned about this new addition to the jungle? Or do they want to still put a lot of necessary respect onto the EXP lane and the roaming position for RRQ? For them, they have to explore Spencer's hero pool, and Faramis will be a good choice, especially if they can maybe bait RRQ to picking up that glue. We've seen that being a great counter. Screening on Diamond's movement as well, especially in the objective contest. We know that the EXP lane has so much to say in the initial neutral objective fights. They are the lane closest to the objectives after all. Again, with RRQ playing a very textbook style, Dewa might be able to read into it and maybe set up for some kind of ambush, some kind of rotation to take advantage of what they can expect already, the textbook style from RRQ.
Now it really comes down to how RRQ will want to play the game, right? I mean, does Chen go to the MDL heroes where he plays those assassins, the Lings, or does he just play the RRQ style where... what is the RRQ style in the jungle? It's been weird. With Tsutujin, it's been more Joy and Hayabusa, but for Hazel, it's more Suyo and Hayabusa. Oh, Kescute. Big yawn there. Could it be that he's exhausted?
Oh.
The regular season already, Arashi. Now, he's actually seems to be a pattern with my GOAT Kescute.
Will this
ETR #1
his third
regular
season?
Huh?
Will this be his third season?
This will be his third season
Back to back.
The regular season top of the leaderboard. He did it first with this guy, Sorizo in season 13, by the way. XP's guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. The regular season GOAT, Kescute. Is it a sign that is he...
Let's hope he has learned from the last two, because he has been like improving.
Yes.
4th place finish, 2nd place finish this season, right? He's
Yeah.
#1, exactly.
What? Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
What?
What did I say?
What a curveball.
Huh.
Oh yeah, Kescute. Is that yawn a sign of exhaustion? Is it a sign that he's been pulling an all-nighter?
Or
trying to
maybe-
figure out Dewa?
He's sleeping on his opponents.
Oh.
Feels very typical of Kescute though, to really overthink things and work really hard. So I think he's just tired.
The hard worker Kescute.
Hard work, yeah. We're looking at the team head-to-head now between Dewa and RRQ, and obviously there's a stark comparison in terms of the statistics. What about the most pick and ban heroes?
I think immediately you have to take note of the Fanny. This is a known quote-unquote problem for RRQ. And for Dewa, they don't have the same kind of issue, right? They have a very able, presumably Fanny player on their roster. So that has never been that big of a deal for them, right? They would be willing to contest, to trade for some of those heroes. So now, that's like one thing they have against RRQ technically. But again, everything else aside from that, you can see that the chips, these macro tools is something that a lot of different teams have been respecting against RRQ. The textbook style means that, you can kind of plan ahead. And planning ahead on heroes like the chip, like the Luo Yi, is almost as important as the execution.
All right, we're getting to the drafts now, ladies and gentlemen. Dewa have first pick, RRQ have second pick. Saw the statistics earlier on. For Dewa, it's looking kind of bleak on both. With the changes coming in from RRQ, will we be expecting differences in the drafts as well?
I think knowing Keskut, he's definitely going to use it somehow, but I don't think we have a good read on what and how exactly he's going to use it for. I mean, now with a new addition, Chen, is it going to be more flex picks that can go to the jungle potentially? Is he going to hide that jungle pick and confuse Dewa, force them to over-respect it? This is the tricks that we're talking about. He has a lot of cards up his sleeve.
All right, let's get straight into the drafts now. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Dewa take out the Phoveus. RRQ go for the Sakura, so Kalea banned out.
Juicin as well, so they're not going to be taking Alter Ego's approach. Alter Ego's way to play against RRQ was, alright, you get your comfort, it's fine, we'll get ours. They will not do the same. They'll ban out the Juicin. They will not get Rins on the Juicin. Kimmy still getting banned out by RRQ. This has been a trend now for RRQ. They just really don't like the Kimmy.
Although the Fanny we talked about earlier is still up on the table here. Definitely an interesting situation. I wonder if RRQ are going to find countermeasures to try and deal with that without expending a ban potentially. One more ban for both these teams right here. Presumably should be the Fanny, but also the chip that was also highlighted hasn't been shown. And the Lo Yi is still an option that I don't know if Dewa can use.
Dewa, Spencer. He's only played the Jushin so far, I believe.
Yeah, only the Juicin so far. But dude, when you say Chip and Dewa in the same sentence, I'm like, oh my god, I just remembered what happened to them when they went up against the Chip in leg 1. It was the, why would you recall? There's a shortcut right there moment. Oh man, so they banned out the Moskov. Maybe Bombi's like, all right, last time you were up against the Chip, yesterday, or on Friday, Bigotron stole the Chip away from us. Now it's our time to play the Chip because they have left it open, wide open. And I don't think you want to give Edok a Chip unless you're really crazy with it. There you go, finally. Dewa debuting their Chip.
Yeah, debut on Kesu. Utilized the Gatot earlier on, but RRQ backfire with something of their own. The Gatot plus the Valentina.
Seen it before. Gatot against the Chip is a thing. Able to contest ground in a 1v1 situation. Also able to counter engage onto the shortcut, especially again with the lack of reliability now in the full-on catch with the shortcut tool. Not to mention, we've seen teams find better ways to utilize the Valentina when they are able to steal the shortcut. We've seen teams follow through with the initial opposing team shortcut and then use it again, you know, so they can get essentially 2 shortcuts. So we'll have to see. Along with that, the mobility for the Valentina and the Gatot is going to be so important because we've seen teams against a Chip, they want to have some kind of dash, some kind of gap control tool to make sure that they can get away from the initial portal so that whoever comes through the portal of the shortcut can't really go for a full-on engage. And that's where the Fredrian might come in here, might allow Dewa to try and catch a few stragglers.
Yeah,
Where do you think the Fredrian's going to go?
Jungle, right?
Are you sure?
Sure about that?
I mean, well, they haven't picked it up in the EXP lane
Yeah,
yet.
Luke did it, BTR did it,
That's
but
true.
I agree. I think it's going to be in the jungle. I was messing
Who's to say they can't take inspiration from Mr. Luke himself?
Yeah, that was the team that beat them on the Fredrian XP. That's true, with the Chip and the Moskov, not Granger though. That's the difference.
Is that why they banned the Moscow? Ooh. Okay, moving on from these conspiracy theories.
I mean, Joy got banned by RQ, so they're also considering that option.
Yep.
Yeah, actually. Interesting.
Well,
The Novaria followed through very fast from RRQ. It seems like they have some kind of plan here. No Harith as well. Against the Granger, back then at least, the Irithel was something that comes up occasionally. But I feel like Gold laners now have found a way to deal with the Irithel pick. We haven't really seen it being as decisive in the 1v1 laning phase matchup.
I think the thing about the Granger is right now, there's not really a lot of counters to it. Moskov, Harith in the past has been a great way to deal with the Granger, but if you are able to solo or to get a lead in the early game, a big one, especially with the Sky Piercer, it becomes really tough for RRQ to actually, for any team actually, to deal with it. So, it really is all about how to catch the Granger then. Franco gets banned out. RRQ will probably go for Irithel or Claude then.
Or they just wait, go Badang first.
Yeah, that's pretty good too. They can go Badang. They can Yeah, the Badang will be good.
I can go Tig as well, technically. Technically, for that AoE madness, but maybe a bit more of more spammable utility will be great here against a team like this, like Dewa, that wants to go all in. It is gonna be the Badang though. Right now, Dewa forced to show their final cards early here. Against so much AoE, surely they would want something more to assist their team fighting, right? Some AoE damage, AoE crowd control tool will be great.
But what are we looking at here? Because the Valentina's on the other side. Because they're still
Low Yi?
lacking. Oh,
I'm thinking low Yi too. For
that makes
Dewa.
sense.
Yeah, everyone's so close range from RRQ. They're gonna be stuck to each other with the yin-yang effect.
You can't go Yi, you can't go Farsa here. Usually we see the Sicilian against the Valentina.
Yeah. Against the Badang Suyo too, just that range, God thought would be good to go for a pure front-to-back composition, but that means they're going to go Hylos as well.
Oh,
Something
is
like
that
it
a
in the XP. They go Esmeralda and the Yve with the chip. Esmeralda, all right, battle ready, sure. Yve. This is going to be a front-to-back that's going to be weird because it's a front-to-back that kind of wants to gank and like pick people off.
Well, off the bat, I'm immediately looking at the lack of engage tools. They have the Taunt from Fredrin and a Falling Star Moon, you know?
Yeah.
It's not really a reliable, quick engage tool when you're coming through the shortcut. Now that they have the Yve, maybe real-world manipulation, but it's only going to stop them for a little while, and it's already a very mobile composition that RRQ have to begin with. Speaking of mobility, I don't know if they're going to be able to catch RRQ even with the shortcut.
But they go 1-1 here into a real-world manipulation. That's range over the 1-1. I was thinking that they would go for something like the Claude, but I guess Toy did do the exact same thing yesterday, and it was okay.
It was pretty good. The thing is, the 1-1's really good against the chip. That's something you gotta note down, right? The chip tries to go in and you shoot your skill 1 while also purifying out of the stun, and then you can actually get a free crossbow attack.
So it's safer.
It's pretty safe, while also being able to dish out ridiculous damage in the early game. Yve will be a problem, but RQ already have a way to deal with it. With the Valen, with the Gatot, they can just fully dive on the Yve, so... RQ.
So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final stand for Dewa United. With a completely new lineup, Esme debut with a chip as well. Will it be enough to secure this first game, to lead the series, to still make it, to still have playoff contention against RRQ, potentially? The playoffs are already in front of their eyes, potentially the regular season champs.
At this point, they're just fighting for being #1 on the standings. They've already secured upper brackets. Ray, Impure Rage instead of the Concussive Blast. This is going to hurt quite a bit in his clear speed.
Interesting, especially against a Suyo, right? That in theory can clear so much faster here. RRQ are definitely taking note of that. Looking at the rest of the emblems, it's a lot of Impure Rages coming in from Dewa. It's a bit of a statement. But for RRQ, that means that they have a lot more variety in ways to sustain for utility. I mean, Rince is going with the Quantum Charge as well. He wants to get an extra bit of movement speed. He's planning on being up close and personal.
Yeah, as expected though. No level 4 Edok gonna be caught will be First Blood to Ray. So he'll get a bit of XP and gold in his pockets for that play. Ooh, Rince? All right, he's not gonna go for it.
There's a little bit of trades and damage here in the mid lane. We see Sorizo actually pathing to the mid lane as well, trying to allow Ray to pick up this Lethal Wanderer. Sorizo gets chunked a little bit, but look at this, Rince, very low.
Right. Both teams back away. Dewa able to get the lethal. Actually having a bit more pressure here in the early game. That's a good roam from Sorizo as well. A bit of an underrated aspect of the Esmeralda is the roaming capabilities, because you're pretty quick. You know, you have a built-in movement speed boost here. So let's see if Sorizo can have that much impact over Dairon, because it has to be on that movement speed and roam speed. When it comes down to the full-on fight impact, Dairon on a Badang is going to have so much more.
Oh, she trying to go for the flank here. Edok having an angle. Chen, Queller, Falling Star Moon locks him down as a taunt into the back as well. Ray gonna be chain CC by Dairon as he goes for the fist crack. Chen, look at the directory, will be able to find it, but will fall to the hands of Sorizo as Ray falls to Dairon. AOG to lock Sorizo down as Itoshi Kesu takes the long way around. Sorizo taunted, chain CC pinned down, but look at that sustain.
He's gonna get caught out. He's actually going for a little bit more here. He gets caught to half, but he's already done his job. At the end of the day, RRQ are the ones to secure the neutral objective despite them having to trade for their own jungle. I think that was really great setup from Dyron.
Also a great effort from Chen there. He's walking up to the neutral objective, trying to go for the red tree while under fire. And he took it with below a quarter of HP left. He's going to be jumped on by Itoshi Keshu though.
Uh-oh, Chen already used the Blade Surge. They're going to try to lock him down. The RWM comes down, but it actually only finds Ito, who's going to be caught. Hasn't talked, will get taken out by Spencer. RWM in a weird angle. Dyron taken out by Sorizo. Crossbow Tang dealing nothing. Sorizo's just standing there on a signature pick.
Beautiful skirmish coming in from Dewa. 1,400 gold lead, and you can see that maybe he's been able to get a lot of gold there in the gold lane. Toy now just will be able to get into that lane to try and look for the clear. But all in all, Dewa, really, really good job.
Yeah, man. The ambush from Itoshi Kesu there, staying in the bush for a prolonged amount of time just to ensure he gets the surprise onto RRQ. And I think RRQ kind of scrambled into that fight there. You saw that weird angled, stolen real-world manipulation from Rins. Wasn't exactly ideal. So, talking about the chaos here, Dewa is definitely bringing it up against RRQ. And for now, 92% audience prediction here for RRQ.
Are you surprised?
Not really. Let's be real here.
It's the kingdom.
But with Sorizo doing so well here, this is the problem, man. When everyone's grouped up like that, he is so tanky, and he's doing a lot of damage deceptively, right? Esmeralda actually spams out a lot of spells, so you can't really afford to leave Sorizo unchecked, but there's so many other people, other heroes on the map that RRQ have to worry about.
That's why they're going back to the keys to victory for Dewa, right? One of which was screening Dyron. The fact that Sorizo has been winning the lane, having a little bit more resources to play with those 2 kills, look at what he's been able to do.
Oh, Chen, Sorizo's really bullying this rookie. And he takes the orange buff of Chen. Now Ray's the one ahead of Chen.
So it's not just Dyron that he's been able to screen, he's also been able to bully Chen as well, doing a lot right now. You can see that they've been able to buy some time for Dewa, a really good way to get that attention for Dewa to get this neutral objective.
Lead off. Over to Ton. Ray comes in. He's looking for the Ton as well. And that's going to be the flank in the back with the shortcut. Itoshi! Kesu with the crash course, the one who finds a turtle somehow. Rince got Sorizo! Falling Star Moon on 2! And now it's Soy, who's going to be ran down. Crossbow Tang ready, but it does no damage to Sorizo as he stands there, watches, and lets the rest of Dewa take control. Dyron gun down! One last shot! He's able to flicker out to safety. No Death Sonata.
It's just a lack of damage from RRQ right now, and the lack of AoE. But every single time there was a fight, Dewa are just really using Sorizo to bully everyone away. He is literally single-handedly zoning out the jungle, the gold lane, and the frontliners of RRQ. And they just don't have enough damage in the early portion here to really expend onto the frontliner. If they do, you saw earlier Spencer, Ray, and maybe just spring into action, trying to trade back the damage. So Dewa are really putting everything onto this Esmeralda strat, and it's been working great so far.
It has, and we don't really see a lot of anti-regen items, only the glowing wand coming in from Rins. Thunderbelt first for Dyron. Do you think that he could have adapted a little bit more? Wait a second.
We use the Blaze Surge shortcut, gonna be coming down. It's a full gank on Chen! They really don't like this rookie. 0-3-1, full priority on Chen.
It was a 2-level gap in the EXP lane as well, so things are looking good for the Kingdom right now. The young prince here not doing great as the Kingdom is crumbling under Dewa's 7,000 gold lead, and they're looking for more.
Uh-oh, Toy. Sorizo's gonna look for the read. Oh, he finds it too! Toy, half HP taken away already. Toshi Kesu walks up, baits out the needle. And now it's just Dewa running RRQ down.
Dude, Dewa are really reading RRQ at every single turn. It's not just the execution and the draft that's giving them a bit of a lead here. It's also the fact that every single time RRQ are attempting some kind of maneuver, Dewa always seem to know exactly what is going on there. The dive on the Chen, the read from Sorizo to get Toy as well there. Oh, Rins.
Oh, that was a pretty questionable call, my friend, but it was the only call they could go for. Sorizo really just going for the dances, falling Sarma, locking 2 members down. Spencer has the RWM. But this is all just a diversion so that Ray, Tribution on the Fredrin can find a shortcut coming down. Edoff gets the AOG in time.
Back to the long grind, and look at Dewa. Literally moving in the jungles of RRQ. Not concerned, not checking the bushes. Not enough danger just yet. Dyron gets spotted out here, might be caught.
He should be okay.
But the turret won't be in the bottom lane there. Maybe. Remember, Sorizo and Maybe are the ones with the highest gold lead over their respective opponents in the lane. Almost 2,000 when we saw it earlier. Now probably way higher.
Yeah, he's picked up the Oracle now as well. 501 KDA.
Yikes.
He's been a monster here. With everything on the line for Dewa, their playoff contention up for question. It looks like they're pulling out everything in this game against RRQ, and it's working wonders. 9,000 gold lead and counting. You see Toy actually forcing a DHS as well. Will that be enough to turn things around for RRQ?
Not just yet, especially again with the Oracle available for Sorizo. Already with the Dominance Ice before that, he's just way too tanky. RRQ are gonna have to wait for some really strong like mid-game power spikes. They need at least the core items to be completed, so the first 2 or 3 items have to be purchased for RRQ to even begin to really be a threat for Sorizo. Otherwise, okay, he's not even running Purify and he's walking up like this. There's just nothing they can really do.
I mean, technically they have catch, right?
Oh! A dive onto 4. Sorizo gonna be caught. The Cosmo tank gets locked down, but Sorizo does not care. Gets transferred over to Ray. RWM from Spencer. Edok walks away from it, but the turret won't.
That turret's gonna fall. Rins earlier picked up a wrong ult, so the IMU has already been used up. We're not gonna be able to utilize the portal or even the RDWM. Perhaps he's looking for it, but this is not what we were expecting. 10,000 gold lead for Dewa. They're on the next neutral objective here. I don't think Chen can contest. He's 2 levels below.
Whoa, Edok wants to go in, gets a taunt, and the AOG locks him down now, but it's not going to be coordinated right. Edok gonna be taken out. Again, the Sky Piercer of the Granger. Too much to deal with. Maybe gets the Execute a stack as well. Kesu and Sorizo are doing a good job. Sorizo really does not want Chen to get anything in the jungle. They want to take the orange buff again.
Man, they are trying to make RRQ pay for fielding, you know, someone new against them. Making sure that they understand, like, dude, we can't be taken off that lightly, but shortcut.
Chen able to blade surge away, luckily.
All right, in the bottom lane though, the turret's gonna be falling from Dewa, so RRQ getting a small addition there. Every other lane has the turret still standing untouched pretty much. 10k gold to go. Dewa with the better siege potential with the Yi and the Ranger. Oh, almost getting a catch there. But this is the problem. There's no one to actually go for Dyron or Edok to kind of target with the pickup as well.
Charge into the mid lane. Holy Defense is going to be proc everywhere on the map except for the bottom lane.
Still standing right now. You can see Rin's actually picking up interesting Starlium Scythe.
Yep. Just find a bit more burst damage, more true damage there. That's where the Quantum Charge makes a bit more sense as well.
Hey.
Now, ooh, Dewa.
So, charging on the falling Star Moon. That's just Rhapsody damage on Chen. And I guess Void Blast from Spencer, but you can see the poke, the siege, the range of Dewa United. Luckily, RRQ here still have a bit of power themselves to defend.
And that's why the 1-1 into this lineup coming from Dewa was a big question. They're going all in.
Not too sure about this. Oh, shortcut into the midst of it all. The crash course. 3 members stunned up. Crossbow of Tang, but it does nothing. Spencer, RWM, toy to be caught again. That's Sonata ready for maybe. He goes on Edok. The AOG gets him out in time. Dyron in a 2v1 gets away somehow too. Oh.
I mean, at the end of the day, we're seeing that RRQ are still looking for opportunities to look for that groundbreaking one-moment play against Dewa, but for some reason, Kesu seems to be aware of that. So every time they do that, there's always a counterplay.
Oh. Dyron has the fist crack. He's going to have to save it there. The Queller doesn't land. RRQ forced back.
And Apropo will be forced away by Dewa. But again, Chen, I do agree. It's the fact that Dewa have an extra frontliner with the Fredrins, right? So they have so much more frontline to predict, to screen for both Dyron and Edok. And on top of that, because there's already 2 strong frontliners that can take a lot of damage, from Dewa, it enables Itoshi Kesu to not be seen, and all he does is wait around near the portals, somewhere unseen, goes from behind, and always looks for the counter engage. That's exactly what happened in the previous fight as well, and that's where the draft really works here. Seems like RRQ don't really do that well against teams that have a lot of overwhelming counter engage.
Brother, that is a 4,000 gold lead on the hands of Sorizo, and
Yeah.
he's the first member on Dewa to get level 15. In a meta where usually the XP is the second roamer, Sorizo says, let me get back on my carries.
Oh boy. Seen the Esmeralda before, but this is definitely a great game for the Esmeralda as well. Look at this though. Itoshi Kesu still on the far side. RRQ looking for something.
Yeah.
Sorizo though just stands there, dude, menacingly. And RRQ can't really afford to stick around too long either.
He knows he can. Look at that. Really good zoning coming through. I don't think they can go for the contest again. Chen is still a level below Ray. If they want to go for the 50-50, it's still going to be very difficult. We're seeing Chen focusing on his own buffs instead. And that's going to be a Lord bursted down and fallen into the hands of Dewa here in the 14th minute of the game.
Yep. Free take for Dewa United. Taking things very slow now because, I mean, they have a 10,000 goal lead. There's nothing to rush, and they're the ones with a chip.
And they're the ones with the superior siege tools as well. Gasanadas, real manipulations as well. They have all the range to work with when they're trying to force RRQ to concede some of these base turrets. They just have to make sure they don't mess up and don't allow RRQ to get the jump onto Spencer and Maybe. As long as it's always onto Sorizo or Ray, those are both heroes that kind of do well when they're actually under fire.
Wait, look at Edok.
He's looking for a flank. Possibly trying to go on Maybe. Conceal already to the back. Will not be able to find Maybe there. The Quilla does land, but Maybe is able to disengage, and AOG will be used defensively. Chen trying to survive. The shortcut comes around. The crossbow tank gets transferred over to Ray, but the Itoshi Kesu Immortality won't survive. Zyron caught inside the real world manipulation. Rin's forced to flicker out. Down below, Toy trying to do his best to clear it out. Edo on the top. Falling so from Sorizo. No follow-up, taking things super slow. Chen very low, the base is wide open. They're gonna go for it right here. Game one for Dewa United. A stompy stomp, 9-1.
Wow. A huge upset for the Kingdom here in game number one in this best of 3 series between these two teams. Chen, unfortunately, on his debut, will have to concede this first game. With a remarkable performance coming in from Sorizo on the Esmeralda, it looks like Dewa backed into the corner. The fangs are out. The claws are sharp as well as they're looking to claim their victory here in this match.
I mean, we should have known, RRQ should have known that Dewa are angry about this. The 4 impure rages, man, it was a sign. Dewa going to what works for them. Not really caring about what's meta, what's being used by the other teams right now. They play their own style and it really confused RRQ. That was a dominant first game. And it's a clean one too. Barely any mistakes made by Dewa there.
Super clean by Dewa United on the chip. And I guess it happened, man. The damage overloaded. The 1-1, the Gatot pick. I don't know. I didn't really think it was a big problem for them. I thought they would be able to execute it still, but yeah, no, Toy was bullied hard in the lane by Maybe every single time, so no kill threat in the early game. And I think the miscalculation on how much damage and how tanky Esmeralda was shot them in the foot there. Turtle won. Like, even Chen was just walking in and he's like, wait, my health bar's gone.
Because it's deceptive, right? You don't see it go down, you see it turn white.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, I'm still in the fight, right? And Esmeralda takes the shield
Those are
away from
gas.
you and you're like, wait a minute, wait.
Oh, yeah.
The Esmeralda.
Right? And that's first, we might see it later. This is a bit later from the moment I'm looking for. But the one fight on top where they were able to catch Sorizo 1v3, and Sorizo's like, you fools! You're stuck in here with me, I'm not stuck in here with you.
It was a really awkward RWM as well from Rins in that potential skirmish. And then here, Sorizo just being a monster there. Esmeralda. He comes back with that kind of performance, and he deserves the player of the game. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And reflecting back again, right, into the keys to victory, the fact that he was able to shut down Dairon in the EXP lane, being able to have that additional movement speed, not only with the inbuilt kit, but also with the sprint to roam around the map, have this much of an impact in the neutral objective takes, plus being able to shut down Chen was just the perfect way to start this game that eventually snowballed out of control for RRQ.
Yeah, this all happened at like 3 minutes. The fact that they were able to get the initial, dominant win in the fights, even though they lost the turtle, and then afterwards they set up it perfectly to try and get Chen on his purple. So great use of the chip. Again, great read into the template textbook way that RRQ likes to play the game. And once you get a read on it, once you know what to expect from RRQ, it becomes just a calculation game. As long as you don't mess it up, as long as you remember to capitalize on every single moment, you cannot actually have the advantage. And usually RRQ thrives on finding moments where they're able to catch the members of their opposition off guard. But again, with the read, with the screening, with the sustainability, there was no pickoff available for RRQ at all. Even with the gold lane being a 1-1, right? It doesn't help. They have more like DPS, sustained damage, but they don't have burst damage to really shut down the members of Dewa, even when they are provided with a window to try and catch someone out.
And eventually all lanes just went in favor of Dewa, right? Gold lane, Ranger. The mid trio wasn't really doing much from RRQ, plus the EXP lane in the hands of Sorizo. So it was very difficult, honestly, granted for Chen, to look for these objectives in the early game anyway.
Rashi, what seems to be the problem with the team right now, brother man? Was it a draft issue? Was it a player issue?
I think they underestimated Chip.
Or did they underestimate Esmeralda?
They might have underestimated Dewa overall. I feel like, again, your jungle getting invaded at the second purple buff is something that you would kind of be aware of when you're up against a Chip, There's some moments like this where I feel like RRQ Hoshi were like, this is dangerous, right? But you know what? It's Dewa, right?
Yeah.
How bad could it be? Well, it was atrocious, man. It ended up snowballing. There's only 1 kill for RRQ Hoshi.
Remember, this is what we mentioned in the drafts as well, right? We're talking about the Chip and the Fanny, and then we're like, you know what? Chip or Dewa, not too much of a problem, but we also forgot that this is a completely different roster as well.
Right.
For me, I'm just happy.
Why?
BTR beat this team 2-0, so it's like, wow, how good are BTR, right?
Sure. To be fair, this is RRQ Hoshi with Chen, and I feel like there definitely is a bit more of a
Oh my
disconnect.
god! He dealt less damage than Edok!
Yikes. Again, in the game, it was obvious that he was being targeted,
He was.
to be fair,
He
right?
was,
He
he
was
was.
dove like 3 times, invaded like 6 times, Rough debut for Chen, let's put it that way, right? I really do feel like there's a bit of disconnect. There were moments there where I think Chen and the rest of the guys, position-wise, aren't really on the same page, by all means. So I wonder if that was the main issue, or is there other things that Kescute now has to kind of process immediately, bro, before game number 2?
Well, he has a little bit of time, right? We do have a little bit of a break between now and game number 2. So hopefully they can answer the question that Mirko threw at RRQ.
So will Kescute swap Chen out for Sutsujin and say, alright, let's get a win?
Do you think that could happen?
I don't think so. I don't think... Right now, they've already guaranteed their spot at upper brackets.
And,
I would like to say they guaranteed their spot as number 1 as well, because the
Is
next
it-
match is Na'Vi.
But like, is it important to be number 1 on the regular season
You get
in terms
the
of seeds?
easier bracket. It's like, 3rd place will go up against 6th place, and they'll be... Okay, we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, we'll talk to Alyssa first, as she's already ready for you guys. See you soon.
Thank you, Caster. Kembali bersama Alisa, dan di sini pastinya di match pembukanya kali ini sudah dimenangkan oleh Dewa United Esports 1-0. Tapi sebelum itu, sebelum kita lanjut ke game kedua, ada cewek-cewek cantik dari RRQ.
Halo.
Boleh dong kenalan dulu, namanya siapa? Silakan.
Aku Milen. Halo, aku Siren.
Oke, ada Milan dan juga Siren. Ini kalian keren-keren banget. Kalian pakai hoodie apa sih? Boleh dikasih lihat gak sih?
Ini aku lagi pakai custom hoodie dari player RQ Hoshi.
Boleh dilihat di belakangnya kayaknya ada desain juga, boleh dibalik. Wow, keren banget ya. Ini dengar-dengar katanya yang desain ini adalah teman-teman pro player dari RRQ. Apakah betul?
Betul banget, jadi mereka itu player RRQ Hoshi semuanya dikasih patch artwork eksklusif. Jadi mereka kayak bebas tempelin di mana aja yang mereka suka nih, contohnya kayak aku tuh. Nih, jadi mereka benar-benar bebas tempelin dan pasangin semua patch artwork eksklusifnya sesuai kreativitas dan sesuai selera mereka masing-masing. Lihat, lucu kan?
Lucu banget sih. Jadi terasa lebih dekat ya sama para Kingdom juga ya yang nanti bakal bisa beli nih. Tapi jenisnya ada apa aja
Bener
sih?
Jadi kita ada 6 custom hoodie-nya, itu udah didesain langsung sama player RRQ Hoshi. Dan ada 1 yang didesain bareng-bareng.
Oh gitu, jadi ada yang personalized, ada juga yang untuk bisa dibeli sama semuanya ya.
Ini nih yang didesain bareng-bareng yang ini nih.
Oke.
Lucu banget.
Lucu banget ya. Terus kalau Kingdom mau beli bisa kemana sih?
Kalau misalkan Kingdom mau beli bisa langsung ikut pre-ordernya dengan cara scan QR yang ada di sini. Tapi jangan lupa langsung beli sekarang karena ini stoknya terbatas banget.
Limited edition ya
Benar.
pastinya ya. Tapi tunggu deh, ngomong-ngomong ini harganya mahal gak ya? Kan didesain langsung sama player-player favorit kita. Gimana dong?
Tenang aja, khusus Kingdom kita ada diskon 30%. Jadi ini startnya cuma 300.000. Kayak kita makan sushi aja kayaknya lebih mahal ya.
Iya.
Jadi kayak ya udah, ini menurut aku murah banget sih. Terus yang suka nih komen Rins Acu, Sutsujin Acu, kalian harus banget nih idok Acu ya.
Iya.
Harus banget punya karena kayak feel-nya pasti beda deh punya kayak yang didesain ini langsung dari idola kita gitu.
Ya makanya punya kamu sendiri nih yang didesain sama siapa nih?
Yang punya aku dari Rins.
Dari Rins
Betul.
ya. Nah langsung aja nih teman-teman, pastinya para Kingdom yang punya player favoritnya langsung aja bisa di pre-order. Dan pastinya bisa scan QR di bawah ya, gampang banget nih. Lucu banget juga dan pastinya ini bahannya juga tebel ya, aku lihat juga.
Iya, bahannya tebel.
Dan
Kita
ini-
nggak kedinginan ya di sini, padahal biasanya kedinginan.
Bener banget,
Ini nggak
sampai
kedinginan.
arahnya tuh dingin banget dan pastinya ini very comfortable. Jadi jangan lupa langsung pre-order sekarang juga bisa di scan QR code di bawah. Dan boleh dong terakhir kita kasih semangatnya dulu buat RRQ, silakan.
Boleh. Kamu dulu teriak. Aku aja ya.
Iya kalau gitu.
Siap ya semuanya? Siap gak? Siap ya. 1, 2, 3. FIFA RRQ!
Yeay! Jangan lupa dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian dan kita akan lemparkan kembali ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Thank you so much, Alyssa, for that report. So for those of you guys, Kingdoms back at home, you guys can actually get custom hoodies designed by the players.
God.
That is super cool. She was wearing the Rins custom hoodie.
I believe so.
Which one would you choose? Who would you want to design your hoodie?
Man, might be the Idok one.
Idok one.
It's probably gonna look aggressive, you know, because they're the ones who decide where the placement is for a lot of those patches. That's the concept there. So
That's pretty cool.
in theory, right, aggressive Idok patches.
Speaking of aggressive, I know of a device that has really aggressive specs as well, and that is the Samsung Galaxy S25 series, the one Mirko is holding on right now. Beautiful, 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 beautiful.
Okay.
Arashi, talk to us about this phone.
Well, it's a great phone. It's powerful for gaming. Obviously, you can see the loading speed right there.
Cool.
Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor built on a 3nm technology platform. So it's the fastest processor ever in a Samsung Galaxy device. So they're making technological breakthroughs all day, every day. And with the cutting-edge performance, your gaming experience will be super smooth and totally lag-free.
Totally.
That's fact.
Completely.
I've been playing on this for like 3 days, honestly. I have it at home right now. They actually gave it to me for like a product placement thing. And it's good, dude. Like, it's actually really good.
Does
I've
it
been
get
playing
like
on it.
hot and stuff?
No, dude, because of the new vapor chamber system, you guys can play all day without it being laggy. And that actually helps with battery life because it's not hot, the battery consumption isn't as ridiculous as some other phones, if you know what I mean.
True.
And I haven't had to charge mine in 2 days.
Are you taking advantage of that special feature, though? The
Which
fact that
one?
if you lose a matchup, you can ask the phone how to win the next matchup.
Dude, don't tell them about this, dude. Like,
They,
how am I
they
gonna
have
mean?
to know.
No, that-
Gemini, bro.
What do you mean, Gemini?
Rashi- Gemini-
This is a secret. Like
the
this is why
horoscope?
I have an 80% win rate. You don't tell anyone.
I gotta tell him, bro. It's
Oh
it's
my.
unfair. You go to Gemini, the Gemini AI,
Okay.
and you can ask it questions and it will answer you. So if you got wrecked against an Esmeralda,
That's true.
hey Gemini,
You wanna
how do I beat an Esmeralda? Right? It will tell you.
So ask Gemini
Okay.
what hero you want to counter. Wait. There.
Will RRQ be able to win?
That's not the question, Eterna.
That's not the
I don't
question,
care.
but let's see what Gemini answers.
It appears that RQ can refer to a couple of different concepts.
Oh, they don't
First,
know.
no, they know. You have to be.
They have to be more
Will
specific.
RRQ Hoshi win against Dewa United?
There you go.
Based on the available information, it's difficult to definitively say whether RRQ Hoshi will win against Dewey United. Here's what we can gather. Past matches. In the Mobile Legends Professional League MPL Indonesia Season 15, RRQ Hoshi defeated Dewa United Esports 2-0 at the end of Leg 1. In MPL Indonesia Season 13, a match between Dewa United Esports and RRQ Hoshi took place on May 17th, 2024.
Wow.
RRQ Hoshi won 2-0.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
That's so much information, dude. I don't even remember like most of that stuff. Like
Yeah.
the dates. He knows when the dates are.
Exactly. Now you don't
That's
need
why,
crazy
guys.
memory. All you need is an S25, and you can be like, "Yo, did BTR win and a single M?" Let's not talk about that.
Anyway, if you guys get your hands on a Samsung product, whatever
Whoa.
it may be, you guys can actually sit up front and take cool selfies. That's Kimura
Just taking a picture with the cameraman.
with the cameraman.
And oh my God.
That's
Awesome.
Valen and her boyfriend too.
Look at that zoom though. That's
What's his
real
name?
That's
clean
so
zoom.
cool. What?
What's his name?
Michael.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was about to say, is that just Valen's boyfriend then?
I mean,
But-
Michael follows her around everywhere.
yeah, he actually does. I
He's
saw
like
them at
a-
M5.
Like a IG boyfie, you know,
IG boyfie?
like an Instagram boyfie.
Well, if you just get the phone, you can get cashbacks up to 3 million IDR, by the way, and you can get 6 months of Gemini Advanced, that AI thing, for free. So
Pretty cool.
you better get on it, man.
Yeah, yeah. Go to samsung.com.id or, scan the QR code before, just tap on your Samsung device on the left side. Yeah, left side. But on my left and on my right, what do I have, Arashi?
Rashi and
Well-
Mirko. Left and right.
One thing's for sure, you don't have dandruff. What's the
I have
secret, Eterna?
shoulders,
Oh.
right?
Wait, you do?
Yes. And I also have the limited edition Head and Shoulders with MLBB. Check it out to wipe out 100% of itchy, wet dandruff.
Yeah.
Ew.
You know what? Usually, when you get like red hair, when you get colored hair, you have to get the
Special?
special shampoo. But I've just been going against that rule and using Head and Shoulders, and it's still here. It hasn't faded. Like you saw how Eman's hair
Yeah.
disappeared within 3 days. Not as it disappeared. I mean, like the color disappeared, the color
I
faded.
was about to say.
But my hair is still red. It's because of Head and Shoulders. Me personally, I use the Ice Cool Menthol. Not because I think lemon's overrated. That's a Sheffin thing. But
Right.
I just think Ice Cool Menthol is a bit cooler.
But your hair stays red, dude. That might be because you sweat and bleed, Bigatron, bro.
I agree, man. It's like if you... If
Any
you
other
cut me
person, right?
in the
Any other
hand-
person.
If you cut me in the hand, I'll bleed red. Like,
Wow, dude.
Because
Coincidence?
of BTR and
Coincidence?
Liverpool, yeah.
I don't think
I don't
so.
think anyone else in the world bleeds red.
Should we try it now?
Arashi bleeds orange.
That's kind of
Presumably.
creepy.
Yeah.
Are you sick?
No, he's an
No.
RRQ fan. You're calling Kingdom's fan sick now?
I'm calling if your blood is orange. There
No,
must
if
be
your
something
blood is
wrong.
orange, that means you have RRQ in your veins, brother.
Exactly. You know,
Yeah.
when I talk about my heart on chat, I
Uh-huh.
use the orange heart emoji. I don't use the red
Exactly.
heart.
Exactly.
What is
That's
that?
for me. That's BTR right there. Like you're blue.
Yeah, they got
So-
the blue heart emoji as
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
actually.
Yeah.
They got
That's
it
actually
in all
true.
colors. So,
There's a yellow one.
We don't talk about those people.
Oh,
whoa, the
Is there
Ghani
beef?
people. Ghani.
did something
The
happen while I was away?
realized people. What about black and red? Does
Black
Geek
could
Fam-
be Geek Fam
Yeah. Why?
because their logo is black and white and red.
Black and red.
There's white on it. The man is white.
Sure. Let's move on.
I'm confused. Let's get into the drafts, boys and girls, ladies and gents, shinobis. Presented to you by the official
My
tournament
ninjas.
smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Dewa once again on blue side. We're seeing the exact same bans coming through, except for the RRQ Granger ban. Last time it was the Kimmy Respect ban, taking it away from Dewa. But considering Octa is on the board, maybe that's why they opted to switch to the Granger ban.
Yeah. I think it makes sense, but still the Kimmy could still be a really good pick for Dewa United to go for here. The chip, I think, is still going to be their first pick. So RRQ, I think leaving a few heroes open will be good, but as usual, the Fanny will not be left open. This is going to be a chip.
But now if they go for a chip, the options there, right? The Kimmy, first of all, shows up.
Yep.
Good flex pick as well. Along with that, I do wonder what RRQ's adaptation is. They've seen that Dewa likes having that, that frontline heavy type of playstyle. It works well against them as well. It allows Dewa to punish Chen so much more heavier in the previous game too. So I do wonder if they're gonna try and find some of the counters for this big beefy frontliners and allow RRQ to actually find more ways to go for those pickoffs that has made them the feared team that they are today.
Oh, they don't go for Chip.
Now that is crazy to me.
They choose Kimmy over Chip. RRQ, they're gonna pick it up.
Or maybe they will.
Okay, for a second there.
Is Kimmy more prio than the chip? Especially considering, again, game one was heavily dictated by the chip.
Exactly, and this is Edok on the Chip as well.
Yeah, I feel like the chip is a bit more important, but Dewa has already surprised them with an Esmeralda in the first game, so maybe they have an idea on how to deal with this chip, right? And technically, the same Esmeralda is still a great pick here against the chip too.
Yeah, but you want to reveal it this early is the question, right?
Yeah.
Is it a first phase type of pick? I think it works because it's not.
Can the CC counter the Esmeralda?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Like you
think
just
so.
tried to
It's all about the sustain there for the Esmeralda.
Whoa.
It's basically a shield-based Uranus. That's why back then that was the meta. In the EXP lane, you saw the Uranus and the Esmeralda just go beat
Yeah.
each other up and no one gets taken out.
It's just like
Deadly.
now, but we just have Hylos and Gatot instead of Uranus and Esmeralda.
But now Dewa have secured comfort picks of their own.
Huh.
We see the Harith in the hands of maybe one of his signature heroes. The Fredrin still flex, to be honest, at this point. RRQ go for the Beatrix in the gold lane against the Harith.
Yeah. The Tigreal ban is very good from RRQ. Again, the Beatrix very vulnerable to those hard CC heroes, and Tigreal is one of them that can really stop the Beatrix. Could be a big problem for him for the Beatrix.
Because Bea can't go Purify, right?
Yeah. So right now for me, I'm thinking if Dewa want to go for like something like a Cho, someone that can dive into the back line and find the Beatrix, or if they'll just stick to AoE team fighting, which I think will most probably be like Carmilla. And the thing about Dewa here is I don't think they need to ban the Franco because there's already a chip.
Exactly. And again, the Beatrix works well when there's someone to lock someone down for the Bennett's Rage combo. But this time, there's the long-range combo of the Feather Airstrike and the Renner's Apathy. But at the same time, there's no real lockdown. There's no Franco. There's no Kaja here for RRQ to use. With the chip already in the picture, it has to be Dyron that can kind of lock someone down. And there aren't a lot of options that can do that and lane dominantly against something like an Esmeralda. So that's going to be a bit of a question later on. And Dewa, they seem to be just focused on trying to find and remove any options that can threaten the backline here. If they can make sure that the Kimmy stays safe, that's a lot of damage output. And there goes the Hanzo and the Hayabusa. No ninjas today.
So we're still thinking about heroes like the Ling if we're thinking about dive into the backline, right?
Do you really want to dive though?
Because you're against the far sub
Yeah.
Beatrix.
Wow, they go Joy against the Fredrin. The reason they didn't ban Joy is because they have a Fredrin, right? They want the Joy to come out on the other side. Joy or Suyo both going to be beneficial for Dewa because Suyo, they have magic damage. Joy, they have Fredrin.
Huh. That's interesting, man. In theory here, there's going to be so much danger for the Joy. Dewa now. Is this where they kind of say, joke's on you, the Fredrin is actually going to the EXP in this situation?
I think go to Rizla. Go to Rizla. It's good against Beatrix and Farsa here. It locks Joy down. And then for Rome, you can go for something like a Cho or a Gatot. Yeah, Gatot could be solid too. So you have Terizla and Gatot. Seems
like a solid plan.
They go Badang.
Badang Gatot.
Badang and
CC. Oh! Huh, there's no real like tanky member, but it is a comfort for Sorizo.
I think maybe they're anticipating this next pick.
But even then, that's
RQ?
one, like even if it's gonna be a tanky pick here, it's one tanky guy. I'm thinking, okay, I get it. They already have a utility jungler. It's a frontliner, it's a tank, so they want more damage, physical.
Right.
So it's not too easy for RQ to itemize against. Okay.
Because technically they have 2 magic damage dealing carries
There's a
in the
Teresa.
Harith and the Kimmy.
Terizla comes in here potentially for Dyron. Yep. This is the pick that allowed him to do that 1v4 against, was that Geek Fam, I believe?
Yeah, he made a deal with the devil, is what Gani said when he made that play. Unfortunately, they
Yeah.
still lost, but it was a cool moment.
It's a bad deal.
It's a bad deal, yeah.
All right.
It was just for one play.
Off the bat though, it really feels like Dewa have more flexibility.
Yeah.
Like Dewa's draft is something I would expect RRQ to be running. You know, something that's a bit less straightforward. A lot of back and forth options as well. A lot of small catches that they have in those skirmishes. So I don't know how this one's going to go actually. RRQ are going to be forced to go all in when they want to go for that big moment.
And they need to, right? One more game away of Dewa continuing their playoff contention run here at MPL ID Season 15. Will they be able to pull the ultimate upset against the Kingdom, #1 on the standings? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 between RRQ Hoshi and Dewa United.
Do or die for Dewa United. They must win to continue contesting for the playoffs. Still 3 slots wide open. And the scenario is they gotta win. For RRQ, this is more of a bonus round.
Ooh, already aggression here from, Sorizo.
So they're gonna hold on to the vengeance. So man, the patience and the calculation. Spencer gunning chip down, slowly but surely. Edok gets towards the dash. And Chen won't be able to force the issue. Kesu already there. Chen has a red tree and will be able to get the red tree down to secure his camp.
That's the Kimmy damage though. Spencer being very aggressive, knowing that the backup is around there, maybe. Ooh, gets the gold buff there. It's supposed to be a non-lane, the Beatrix against the Harith. Toy should be trying to avoid it. I wonder what's the idea for RRQ when it comes to the laning though. Because that was the big problem in game number 1. All the lanes weren't really winning. Now they have good clear, but are they trying to use that to try and get some more ganks? Are they going to still rely on Edok? We'll have to see. With the weapon mastery picked up by Toy here, it's going to be a bit more vulnerable, but he will have a lot more damage to swing around. But that's later in the game. So RRQ are planning on taking this late.
Could be. Dyron here. Oh,
Big smackaroonie Chen with that electrifying beast, but vengeance comes down to Rizzo! Able to survive! That's a big taunt from Ray to survive. Spencer rotating all the way from the mid lane. No electrifying beast for Chen. XP perhaps gets taken by Renz.
this forces Dewa to not have a winning lane in the EXP lane. It looks like Dyron is having a better save, and that should actually equal to better control. But Ray is actually the first one on the neutral objective. Chen
Renz.
still on the purple buff.
Gonna go win. That's by the airstrike over to Ray. One last shot should do it, but it's gonna be cancelled out by Itoshi Kesu as he punches Renz in the face. Edok all alone, isolated, able to flicker out to safety. Turtle being contested, a pin down over to Diamond, but he still has the penalty zone. Sorizo, not level 4. Spencer on the Turtle. It will be a retribution from Chen to secure Turtle 1 for RRQ.
A lot more threats here from RRQ, able to at least be a real deterrent to Dewa. You can see that Dewa also has adjusted, and they're respecting the potential for RRQ to get those pickoffs. So it's a different game altogether now. But Dewa is still doing a great job surviving from a lot of these aggressive moves. Sorizo.
Uh-oh, he's gonna be ganked. The shortcut down below, everyone takes it. Dyron swings the hammer down. Oh, the shortcut got taken down by the turret. And now it's gonna be Ray who steals away the orange.
Okay, so we are seeing trades on the board, but Dewa aren't really falling into this early game pattern that RRQ have set. Toshi.
Oh, flickers towards the turret. Maybe gets fed a kill.
Interesting move there. Renz got caught kind of off guard. Edok trying to just clear, but oh, he might get taken out.
No shortcut. This means it's gonna be free. It's a literal chip. It's a snack for Daewha United. They get another as they push up top and trade it for the bottom lane. Tier 1. Chorizo cancels the recall.
These are beautiful trades coming out from Daewha United. In the first neutral objective, they knew that RRQ had a lot more to say, right? With Rins on the Pharsa, a lot more early game control, plus Edok as well on the chip. They were actually able to find a little bit more of a trade in the bottom side of the map against Chorizo, but Daewha are very quick to look for trades on the map as well, right? This gold lead that initially was held in by RRQ has now been dissipated to nothing, essentially. The fight back from Daewha, the patience that Daewha are holding on, will help them into the mid-game.
What a 15% increase there for Daewha's audience predictions. Quite interesting. For RRQ though, I feel like the fact that the shortcut got taken out there kind of disjointed their movements a little bit. And you're seeing the lack of fluidity in their early game rotations is something that is troubling them for sure. But now they're rotating, they're on point, on time to try and go for this turtle. I don't think they are going to try and go for it.
Oh, Ray able to go for the purple buff first. Level 8 to 8. It's match level of Chen. Tyrant trying to zone him in the back line. Crash Course coming down as well. It's going to be a full stun. Retribution is curate now with Ray. Is able to get the taunt. Immobilized Chen by Spencer. Chen able to get the dash away. Toy gets a double. Rins gunned down a bit. Spencer will get poked 2 for 1. Make it 3 with the turtle. A win for RRQ.
2 for 1 with the neutral objective as well. That's the AoE threat. Against all of that tankiness, RRQ says we just have to get bigger guns, right? If the small calibers don't penetrate, we get the big guns, the cannons. That's the Feather Airstrike combo along with the damage of the Beatrix. Double kill for Toy there. It's definitely going to be a great spike in gold and resources. BOD first item for him. He knows the idea is to soften everyone up and execute them with that big burst damage. The Bandit's Rage or the Nibiru's Passion. So, whoa,
Oh my
Spencer. Ooh.
Yeah, talking about burst, right? It's a lot of damage onto Spencer. And reflecting back onto the items, we do know now that RRQ will be able to get to that gold lane power spike a lot quicker compared to Daewha. Is that going to be a problem for Daewha?
I think it definitely is. Again, they've been using the sustain as a bit of an abusive tool against RRQ. They did it in game number 1. They did it earlier in game number 2 as well, using Ray and Chorizo to kind of stay in the front, get vision, and also push RRQ back. But now, especially with all the damage available, Chen isn't the main threat here. It's Toy, and Daewha hasn't really been able to actually shut him down as much. So even later, if maybe scales well and has a lot of damage, that's cool and all, but if the rest of the team gets nuked down immediately, that's going to be a big problem. And they can't really split RRQ apart from that 5v5 team fight because of the chip factor, right? So RRQ are going to always be able to force the proper 5v5, the macro tool, and they will have to find a way around it.
And the big question is how? Do you see some rotations coming through from the side of Daewha? They're going to be able to clear the top lane a lot quicker. And now on to the next neutral objective.
Penalty zone for the airstrike will be used on the Chorizo. It's a full-on blast on Ray. Chorizo escapes with a sliver of health. But RRQ have gotten the jungler. This should be a free neutral objective again for Chen.
I'm wondering if Daewha want to force a fight here. All the resources have been utilized by RRQ.
Seems like they don't have enough burst damage to really threaten. They have to rely on Spencer posing everyone down, but it's going to take way too long for now. The RRQ will be able to get that turtle, have the control. Now they are the ones trying to find some kind of solution to either survive the initial AoE burst, the Pharsa Beatrix combo, or try and find a way to get a catch. The only people that can do that is Chorizo and maybe, I guess.
But even that, it's super scary. Feather Airstrike opened up here, going to be able to zone Spencer away despite the range, maybe on the bottom side of the map. And that's Toy continuously pushing in that top side as well.
Yep.
So that tower traded in for a second tier.
That depends if Toy can take it down. From the looks of it, they will only be rotating there fast enough. They're making peace with it. They let go of the turret still, so again, more distance that they can chase. Itoshi Kesu trying to fight something.
Trying to zone. Oh! Fist crack from Itoshi Kesu. Good penalty zone to stop that engage. Tyrant in the back won't be taken down, but it will be traded for the roamer into Itoshi Kesu.
Oh.
Maybe with the chrono dashes, Edok shortcut and the stun. Purify coming out. Chen! Dives in, gets the shutdown, but it's a flicker out for Spencer to stay alive.
It was a beautiful opening and opportunity made in by Kesu, but there was no follow-up. And RRQ counter-engaged on that so well. 2-for-1 trade. They're going to be able to pick up this turret in the mid lane. Plus, they take away that purple buff. That is full value for the Kings of Kings.
I think Itoshi Kesu was way too overzealous there. He got 2, but under the turret of RRQ. The moment Dyron stepped in and body blocked the whole team there, sacrificing himself in the process, they kind of sealed the deal for the fight afterwards. But they was still kind of try to fight back, try to get something in return. And once they use the resources, that's where EDOC comes in. And we talked about this trend, how the chip now is a great engage tool, but an even better re-engage tool.
That makes sense, and he's yet again looking for the right opportunity. We're reflecting back onto the items here. It looks like Spencer has picked up another item in his arsenal.
Itoshi. Oh, looking for a play. We'll be able to find Rins.
Maybe.
The track coming down. Maybe. Synchro fishing in with some on-force as well. Chen unable to go for the kill. Maybe still able to escape. Toy flickers forward. Gets the double. Ray right there, but Dyron is able to get the penalty zone to peel. Now it's just Chen to wipe them out. Chorizo trying to cut away. Spencer getting hammered. It's a wipeout for the Kingdom.
In 9 minutes, all members on the side of Dewa have been taken out. Much closer to seeing their dreams to the playoffs be taken out as well. RRQ, they're going to be able to pick up this Lord uncontested.
That was crazy though. Dewa were able to start that fight by taking out Rins and somehow RRQ. It's like they... Oh, okay, that was a bit of a scary moment. We've seen a very fair share of steals in the Lord objective in this season. But yeah, RRQ with a man disadvantage. They used the AoE to brute force their way into victory. Toy made the play to almost trade 1-for-1 like with Maybe, and because of that, he stayed alive long enough that Dyron was able to get that full-on penalty zone combo, and then will fall because of it. In future though, if Maybe starts scaling up, that might not be the best of ideas, right? The Harith in the midst of a chaotic fight will have more impact compared to a Beatrix.
I mean, technically he already has a Holy Crystal, right? There's not much magic defense from the side of RRQ. Does he need the Divine Glaive to get to that power spike?
It's just still going to be a lot more damage. If you're looking at the burst potential, he can go for that. Otherwise, he might want to go for something like a concentrated energy. That's an option we've seen before to allow the Harith to sustain a bit more. In a game like this with a lot of long-range threats, they can whittle your HP bar down. That might not be the worst of ideas, by all means. But we'll have to see. It depends on how the team wants to play these fights against RRQ. With the Lord in position here, they're going to try and do something. Itoshi Kesu!
Going to pin down, but there's no one there. Itoshi Kesu! That, I guess, will just be used as a diversion for the rest of Dewa to deal damage and clear the Lord. But EDOC is looking for the play again. The Crash Wars coming down. Penalty zone! Dyron finding them in the back, but it's Maybe who's still able to survive. Chen looking for the play. Turret will still be taken by RRQ.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade, inhibitor turret taken down. RRQ essentially get what they were looking for, plus they only lose Dyron in the process. There are still waves crashing down. You see the Feather Airstrike opened up. That's a damage, and they still have a mid-lane gang coming through.
Chen walks up, Maybe. Really looking for a play there, but won't be able to gap close.
6,000 gold lead for RRQ.
You see the damage come through for Toy as well, though. Maybe dashed into a couple of hits from the Bennett from Toy, and he was taken down 12 HP. So there's a lot of burst damage built in even before the big ultimates. With Toy already picking up the Sea Halberd as well, it means that if Ray or Chorizo or even Kesu, if they want some of that heat, Toy is ready to just be that gunslinger and gun him down.
So we've seen it on 2 occasions already, right? Kesu finding an opportunity, no follow-up. Do you think there's miscommunication that's happening, or is it just Kesu playing on his own, or there's some underlying motive that maybe we're not aware of?
Right there, it's either, again, a overzealous moment from Kesu, or like Mirko mentioned, it might be a distraction, right? To try and have a desperate moment to try and save the base turret, by all means. RRQ brute force through it, though. That's where these big ultimates allows them to kind of push Dewa back. Now with the Lord in the picture, they're gonna be able to burst it down so fast, dude. Dewa won't even know that they're doing it.
don't know, man. It really seems like for Dewa, it's just all about defending. Kind of reminds me of the Onyx game against BTR yesterday with the Harith and Hanzo. Only here it's Harith and Kimmy. So Spencer is actually not getting a lot of gold. He's in the gold charge, dude. He's lower than Ray in terms of like how much gold he's gotten. So this Kimmy has not really been scaling. It's just been well, it has been scaling, but it's so slow. So I don't think they're going to be able to get the power spike of the Kimmy. It's just full reliance on maybe at this point.
And again, even if Spencer does scale well, you have to remember with the Feathered Airstrike looming at range there, the Kimmy is just so vulnerable. One single bolt from the Feathered Airstrike is going to take him down to half HP. Now RRQ, they make their move onto the base with the Lord.
Zaman Force already used, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe dashing away from Bennett's rage. Chen electrifying beats. Interesting. Ray goes over to Taunt. Tyrant. Taunt Traction Pulse won't find Rins. Dewa defend. Still, really good clear.
Inhibitor turret in the mid lane does get taken out. Looks like two waves are still crashing in favor of the Kingdom. They might look for an opportunity to end it here and now.
Big damage. Ray with a double taunt. Oh, Itoshi Kesu! This track coming down, so Rizzo looking for the damage as well, but won't be able to find it. Tyrant! Penalty zone to the back line there. It's gonna be Spencer who gets dove on by Chen. Itoshi on him, maybe looking for the play again with the Chrono Dash. Gets the Synchro Vision, now the Chrono Dash one more time. Toy still ready. 1-4-1 in the end.
But Rins for Spencer, that's definitely still worth it for Dewa. But RRQ are not done just yet. They have CG potential. The Fighter's Apathy does land. RRQ won't be able to actually find a decisive moment there. Dewa doing a great job protecting the main carries, particularly Maybe. And he's at a full item inventory slot. Actually the gold advantage compared to Toy even.
Oh, Chen has a 4,000 gold lead over
Dang.
Ray.
What is that?
It is a utility jungle.
But now with the Wishing Lantern already completed as well, I feel like Dewa has to play like they don't have a front line. You know, because all these tankier members like the Fredrin, like the Badan, if RRQ, you know, commit to try and pick them off, they can delete all these tanky members, no problem.
Shortcut coming out, maybe with Zaman Force already. He's able to evade. Direct penalty zone, that's a taunt as well. Oh, the back line, Itoshi Kesu! Oh my lord, Spencer! Able to kite away now. Chen electrifying beats Ray. Finds a taunt. Curtain call, locks him down. Chen is in a bad spot. Uh-oh, 3 members have fallen from RRQ and the timing could not have been worse. Lord will be spawning.
Wow.
Oh boy.
That was a really, really good opening from Dewa. RRQ, huge blunder. Chen is still in the vicinity though. He might be looking for a steal. So Rizzo's going for the zone.
Curtain call, the vengeance as well, maybe. Oh, constant chrono dashes. Chen is out of here. Toy won't be able to make it in time. Dewa United get the Lord. They keep their playoff run alive for now. Oh, look. Maybe gets away.
My God.
In the nick of time.
Beautiful timing. Luck is on Dewa's right now. Or look at the replay because maybe was all alone there against Edok. He should have been taken down. Look at the cover from Kesu.
It's Spencer also gunning everyone down there with Kesu, man. And this is a trade, even if Spencer falls there, it's a trade he's willing to take. RRQ underestimate the damage potential, and they absolutely paid the price. They still have the clear, the good long-range tools, but this is going to be such a valuable Lord for Dewa. It's going to allow them to get some turrets, potentially go for a play as well. Kesu. Okay.
UB duo from Dewa, man. That's what happens when they're on the same foot, when they're on the same page. We saw multiple moments where Kesu was looking for an opportunity, but there was no follow-up. And this is what happens when the follow-up is there. This could potentially be the big turning point for Dewa. We do see Chen there in the bottom side of the map against Sorizo. That's a 1v1, looking to get that inhibitor turret, but still going to be able to be cleared out by Sorizo, and they still have to think about this Lord that is still marching down in the top side of the map.
Well, the turrets are falling down slowly but surely here for Dewa. Both teams playing it super patient, but look at what Chen is doing. He's kind of waiting around, looking for an opportunity, perhaps for a 1v1. Now finally the Lord has been cleared. RRQ did a great job backing away once they saw Dewa disappear from the map. Now it's back to The same setup, the base turrets are down for Dewa. It's still a winning position for RRQ, but it's definitely a lot closer now. And having lost the fight once, you have to wonder if it has shaken their confidence.
I mean, they still have a base turret. They can still go back to the fundamentals. It's not bad. Well, it is pretty bad, but it's not as bad as you would think right now with a big fight in the late game. Luckily for RRQ, that was not the Evolve Lord. And I don't think they would have done that if the Evolve Lord was spawning in 10 anyways. But who knows? Yeah, right now RRQ are on the back foot. They still have base turrets to play with, and they will have set up for the slow push up top to just keep it there for a while. But they're going to have to send a few more members up top there to do that again. It's, again, going to always be a slow push back to Dewa. So they're going to have to manage it really well.
And that should be favorable for RRQ, right? Considering they have the chip as well. If they send one member, that could be an opportunity for them to look for a pickoff and then utilize that to their advantage in the neutral objective take. But Dewa are aware of this. They're sending everyone up top.
They gotta.
Against the chip, there's just so much threat here. That's the one thing that we mentioned already for RRQ. In the late game, they will have this chip as a massive factor in their odds of actually winning it out. Oh, look at the conceal already used though.
Ray will walk up, sees that the Lord will be reset by RRQ. So they know that the jungler is somewhere up top. There you go, vision for Dewa.
But they're gonna burst.
Wait. Whoa. Madame Itoshi cancel with the pin down already. Maybe looking for the play as well. Chen, can he get away? That's gonna be the shortcut coming down, and that's gonna be the burst over to Maybe right now. Toy walking up as well. Everybody taking it. Oh, in the back line, Ray finds a Tom! Chorizo dives into the back. His Monfort still there. Ray looking for the play. Edok taken very low. Maybe has the immortality and now gets the kill. It's Toy with another kill back. Dyron already still has the immortality. Ray will deal with the Rays of Razor's Wrath. Will be cancelled as Toy gets the kill. Maybe has the Zaman Force one more time. Fist crack, locking him down. Maybe has the Zaman Force. Toy will try to fight it out. Buys the immortality. Immortality pop. Maybe still there. Synchro Fission. And he finds the kill. Now it's just Dyron. Can he do it again? Chen walking up, looking for the play again. Able to find a dash into the back line as Maybe will lose the immortality, but Dyron's very low. Itoshi Kesu looking for the peel. Dyron gets the swing of the hammer to find the shutdown.
Oh man, a 3-4-3 trade, but Maybe, play for Maybe. And he's going to be able to find opportunities like that. Unfortunately, earlier, Spencer was unable to take Chen down, so Chen was able to take Maybe down. If that didn't happen, Dewa would have been able to leave that on the upper hand.
I mean, they're doing a lot of adaptations here. That's really good. Chen needs to go for a pick off here. Oh,
Doesn't find it.
it's almost back to a 5v5 here, but Maybe is the one with the longer death timers. RRQ, are they going to force a fight? Are they going to go for a 50-50? They have to make a call on a split second here.
No damage dealer. Shortcut for Toy to come in. RRQ are going for the fight instead. I don't think that was the right call. Traction Pulse finds Rins. Oh, Spencer gets the immobilized. Rins has to walk away very low. Ida all alone. Ooh, the call was to fight, and now Maybe is back.
No value from the Feather Airstrike as well earlier on. Already used up a resource that Dewa now have information over. Maybe is back in the picture. He's going to be able to clear out the top lane first, understanding that it is still going to be pushing in favor of RRQ. But this is going to be a complete reset. 50-50 once again. Dewa are now back, and they have the better holding around this Lord. Itoshi Kesu already in position.
No gold advantage any longer for RRQ. But Chen is so far away right now. He's getting called back, as he should. Rins.
Oh, Itoshi Kesu in the back with the fist crack. Rins has the flicker. He saves it. Good patience, but they've lost a lot of firepower with that one. Again, a pin down. Chen looking for the angle. Bennett's Rage coming down as well, but Itoshi Kesu has the immortality. Zaman Force over to Dyron. Itoshi able to get away. Maybe now with the Zaman Force on cooldown. A window opens for RRQ.
They go for the reset here. Chen already on standby in the area to look for a potential steal. So Rizzo finds him though.
Ooh, spots him. Chen disengages. Up top, a big wave will be forming. Dewa need to make a decision.
Ooh, conceal already by RRQ. Edok and Dyron trying to find something, but finally Dewa are backing away. Ray is in the area, but will it be enough? Only two of them, Ray and Chorizo.
Spencer's up top. Ray gets a taunt. Zaman Force already used that. Maybe looking for the play again. Chen going back again with the penetration. Now Tyrant. Look at his zone in the back. Very low. Ray takes control. Spencer still on the base. The Minuways will be able to get into the base. But RRQ will be forced to recall. Dewa have a bit more time to set up. Look at Rins, who's looking for a play, but it might cost him. Maybe pops into Purify, tries to dodge away, will be able to dodge from all the shots as Rins now flies by. Maybe no Purify, big info. Ray still on the Lord. Chen, can he win the retreat battle? The curtain call comes in. Itoshi Kesu walks up as well. The shortcut is around. Chen, very low. Retreat battle! And it will be Maybe who claims the retreat. Their final shot. Edop taken out by Maybe. As a Zaman Force forward as Rins is able to flicker up high. Flickers in towards the pit, maybe with the Chrono Dash. Spencer zoning them away.
3 members from the side of RRQ have been taken down. And ladies and gentlemen, please do take a guess at the death timers. 40 seconds for them to spawn back into the game here. The 2 cores from RRQ are the ones left standing. They're going to look for a push here and potentially look for an end angle.
It's over. It's an Evolved Lord with all the carries still alive. Evolved Lord in the mid lane with a charge. Toy, Bennett, Traction Pulse, a dash away, and the Feather Airstrike has only done that much damage. Spencer walks up, Rin's able to go for it now. Dewa, that's gonna be immobilized. Maybe looking for the play with his Zaman Force as well. Turret wide open, maybe, on it. Toy! Trying his darn best to survive! The biggest upset of Season 15 happens in Week 8. Dewa keep their playoff contention lives alive.
Sweet, sweet revenge for Dewa United today, ladies and gentlemen. After leg number 1, it was a 2-0 victory for RRQ, and today, with a different lineup, with Sorizo, with Kesu, with Spencer, they're able to turn the tides around. They're able to rewrite a new story. And their lives for the playoffs are still alive.
It's not even a 2-1, a full-on 2-0 upset. Against everyone's expectations, the energy in the arena immediately shifts. Dewa are still around.
Wow.
Just amazing stuff, man. Nobody was expecting this. Except for Papulong, but of course he's an outlier, always. We're taking a look at the replay, and even from game number 1, game number 2 was much closer. But their problem solving at the very end, Kesu on this Badang was just exceptional, really good cover. They were playing for Maybe, and that was the keys to victory for Dewa from the start of the season. Let's talk to Dewa United after that victory against the number 1 on the standings, the Kings of Kings, RRQ.
Anak Dewa masih bisa bernapas lega karena Dewa United memperpanjang asa mereka untuk bisa ke babak playoff. Semuanya pastinya happy, namun gimana nih Dewa United menjadi tim ketiga yang bisa mendapatkan kemenangan atas RRQ, pemuncak klasemen. Gimana Maybe? Menjadi tim ketiga loh yang bisa menangin 2-0 nih lawan tim RRQ, bahkan 2-0. Ini apakah Dewa yang baru?
Ya lebih fresh aja kali ya dengan roster baru soalnya ini.
Oke, membawa warna baru dan kemenangan ini juga kayaknya sampai membuat semuanya tersentuh ya kalau di anak Dewa. Dan kalau ngelihat juga mungkin di sini Ray yang kita tahu menang lawan tim RRQ di season ini adalah challenge terbesar bagi tim-tim yang ada.
Ya.
Ray ngelihatnya gimana Ray? Kalian bisa mendapatkan 2-0 atas RRQ?
Mungkin karena apa ya, mereka coba roster baru juga kan, jadi mungkin perlu penyesuaian aja, makanya kita bisa menang 2-0.
Oke, jadi perubahan yang terjadi di RRQ itu membuat kalian bisa memaksimalkan gameplay kalian kah atau bagaimana Ray?
Iya, bisa dibilang begitu.
Bisa dibilang begitu. Namun ada tadi Chen, Ray, kamu langsung berhadapan dengan Chen. Debut dia Gimana sih kamu melihat debut dari Chen?
Jago, tapi kurang beruntung aja hari ini.
Kurang beruntung aja. Dan kalau kita ngebahas tentang kemenangan hari ini kan kondisi Dewa juga lagi deg-degan banget sih. Maybe kita tahu namamu di awal dan bahkan para talent juga ngebahas performa Maybe dari awal itu sangat baik di atas. Tapi kurvanya nih kayaknya menurun. Ada apa Maybe? Dan juga tim Dewa berarti. Ada apa ini?
Ya nggak ada apa-apa sih, cuman emang gameplay kami aja yang banyak mistake gitu.
Oke, banyak mistake. Dan kan sempat naik terus sempat turun. Ini balikin ke atasnya. Sesusah itu atau memang lagi proses atau bagaimana?
Lagi proses lah, lagi proses.
Lagi proses. Ini udah minggu-minggu 8, udah minggu-minggu akhir. Tinggal main tuh di minggu ke-9 maybe. Ini bakal sempet gak sih? Kalian masih optimis gak sih dari tim Dewa United?
Ya tetap optimis lah, tetap walaupun chance lolos kan kecil kan. Terus sisa 3 match gitu. Ya kami tetap do the best aja.
Tetap do the best karena chance masih ada. Kalau kalah di sini baru ketutup. Tapi kalian memanjangkan dengan hari ini. Kan sisa 3 hari ini udah diselesaikan. Berarti tinggal sisa 2. Dan kalian juga bisa dibilang dengan sisa-sisa match kalian membawa player baru. Ada Spencer dan juga ada Kesu. Manggilnya Kesu aja ya?
Iya.
Namanya panjang banget. Kesu!
Kesu aja.
Datang di MPL season 15 di minggu-minggu akhir di Dewa United. Prosesnya gimana sih?
Prosesnya ya biasa aja sih sebenarnya. Cuman disuruh naik pas MPL udah lolos playoff, ya udah gas sambil mencari pengalaman aja di MPL.
Gas saja, tapi keadaan Dewa United pada saat itu sedang tidak baik-baik saja.
Iya, sedang tidak baik saya. No pressure sih.
Ada motivasi tersendiri nggak? Aku datang ke Dewa United, aku pengen bawa Dewa United untuk ke babak playoff.
Ada pasti.
Ada pasti. Dan ini panggung, bisa dibilang panggung keduamu. Match pertama kemarin, lalu sekarang. Gimana sih kamu ngerasain panggung MPL ini?
Keren banget sih.
Keren banget.
Ya. Kok kemarin cuma pemanasan aja.
Baru pemanasan kemarin. Hari ini udah lebih rileks dari Kesu?
Apa?
Udah lebih rileks?
Udah ada lebih relax.
Lawanmu hari ini lumayan menakutkan juga. RRQ yang ada di puncak. Gimana kamu menghadapi lawan? Seperti itu, apalagi bukan main-main juga. Di situ ada Idok sebagai role mereka. Yang kamu lawan adalah sosok Idok yang ada di leaderboard.
Ya main aja sih. Idok jago juga.
Apa nih yang kamu fokuskan ketika melawan RRQ?
Fokus ke tim sendiri aja sih, sama diri sendiri. Gak ada fokus ke RRQ.
Kesu mentality, fokus diri sendiri, nggak ada mikir tim lain. Oke, tapi menarik banget tadi game kedua juga cukup back and forth, maju, mundur. Kesu, udah penasaran? Kayak ngelihat game kedua tadi, gimana sih Kesu? Kayaknya kok maju mundur, balas-balasan.
Cuman liatin Barca aja sih.
Jadi tugas Kesu emang Parsha doang?
Iya Barca doang.
Gak usah dapat banyak-banyak, yang penting Parsha aja?
Iya Barca Patrick udah liatin terus.
Itu udah satu tim memang nyuruh kamu untuk melakukan hal itu? Udah sepakat? Sepakat. Tapi dengan performa Kesu dan juga ini duonya ada Spencer di sini. Selamat datang Spencer. Akhirnya ngedapetin kemenangan di MPL panggung yang mungkin bisa dibilang banyak yang mengharapkan dan kalian muncul di sini. Dari Spencer sendiri ada motivasi khusus nggak ketika datang di Dewa United?
Motivasinya sebenarnya buat diri sendiri aja sih, buat pengalaman. Udah lama juga terjun di pro scene, selama 3 tahun baru ini ngerasain MPL gitu.
Dan setelah rasanya gimana? Rasanya MPL?
Ya biasa aja ternyata.
Loh. Jangan.
Cuman seru banget, fansnya rame banget di sini. Jadi buat lebih semangat aja.
Seru ya guys ya, buat biasa di sini seru.
banget.
Karena, tapi Bude perasaan ada groginya gitu gak sih sebagai player yang baru merasakan MPL?
Sebenarnya dari match pertama lawan Bigetron juga gak ada grogi sama sekali sih. Main relax aja udah.
Main relax aja?
Udah biasa juga kok, ditonton banyak orang.
Oke, dan duo ini tuh sebenarnya kalian berdua memang duo udah lama ya?
2 tahun.
2 tahun bersama.
2 tahun.
Bisa dibilang kalian melawan duo yang juga cukup famous dan cukup di atas banyak banget yang ngobrolin tentang Rins dan Idok. Itu adalah duo legendaris dari tim RRQ. Menghadapi duo seperti itu, apa yang Spencer sudah persiapkan?
Yang disiapkan sih pertama Rins idola saya. Jadi dulu bertemu lama, sering ketemu di turnamen-turnamen, sering lawan dia. Jadi ingin rasanya ngalahin aja gitu. Ya.
Dan sekarang setelah mengalahkannya?
Banyakan dia yang menang sih. Banyakan dia yang menang.
Oh ya, berarti ini belum dihitung kemenangan yang menyenangkan?
Sebenarnya udah sih. Soalnya cuman ketemu di match ini doang. Nextnya kan ya mungkin next season kali ketemu lagi.
Oke, bisa jadi playoff, masih ada kesempatan loh.
Amin.
Amin, karena kesempatan masih terbuka. Dan dari Idol sekarang bertemu langsung di MPL. Kita ngelihat banyak sekali potensi yang dihasilkan. Berarti kamu mid lane terinspirasi dari Rins?
Iya, dari dulu suka nontonin Rins main juga.
Suka nontonin Rins main, apa nih yang paling kamu sukai dari Rins? Yang bikin kamu, wah dia idol saya.
Berani buat move sendiri kayak flicker-flicker ke depan gitu.
Inisiasi gerakan-gerakan dari Rins ternyata. Dan banyak banget pastinya yang melihat ini adalah momen berharga bagi Dewa United. Tapi Sorizo, halo Sorizo.
Halo Bude.
Kapan terakhir kita ketemu?
Udah berapa lama ya? Berapa week ya?
4-5 week.
Sih.
Dari mana aja Sorizo?
Bertapa kayak Bude.
Bertapa. Apakah ini hasil bertapamu bisa 2-0-in RRQ?
Hasil bertapa di goa ini kayak.
Oke, datang ke sini tiba-tiba dalam kondisi yang lumayan berantakan juga ya untuk Dewa United. Gimana Sorizo melihatnya?
Kita usahain maksimalin lah, semoga bisa lolos.
Semoga bisa lolos, karena kan kita sendiri mungkin kalau dari kacamata orang awam, kita melihat Dewa United ini lagi dalam keadaan yang acak-acakan. Lagi dalam keadaan tidak baik-baik saja di zona merah. Tapi kalau Sorizo melihat Dewa United lagi dalam kondisi apa sih ini?
Ya kondisi di ujung tanduk sih.
Di ujung tanduk.
Mau gak mau ya harus berusaha maksimal mungkin lah kita buat naik.
Berusaha semaksimal mungkin, tapi kita juga nggak bisa pungkiri bahwa Sorizo hadir ke MPL membawa sesuatu hal yang baru dan anyar. Dengan Esmeraldamu di game 1, mungkin itu banyak memberikan kejutan ya. Gimana sih caranya seorang Sorizo yang tiba-tiba dari bertapa muncul dan memporak-porandakan RRQ di game 1, bahkan game kedua juga pergi dengan Esmeralda. Menangin lawan Dairen pula.
Emang sering pakai sih hero-nya dari dulu kan. Cuman tadi lihat draftnya game 1 kayak bisa kepake, jadi ya pakai aja gitu.
Oke, tapi Bude penasaran, apa sih kunci kemenangan kalian hari ini nih ya? Menurut Sorizo sendiri melawan tim RRQ.
Jagain Maybe ya sih, biar gak mati. Harus dijagain banget.
Wah, Maybe udah cukup berasa dijagain belum Maybe?
Lumayan, udah.
Udah cukup bahagia dengan penjagaan ini?
Udah, bagus tadi.
Udah bagus tadi, teman-teman keren. Tapi kita hari ini memang mendapatkan kemenangan dengan 2-0. Challenge kalian masih terus berlanjut. Dan nafas untuk Dewa semakin memanjang. Dan mungkin di sini anak Dewa juga yang terus-terusan datang ingin mendengarkan sesuatu dari kalian. Atau kemenangan ini ada yang mungkin mau disampaikan sesuatu?
Buat fans anak Dewa aja sih. Mungkin support terus kami, dukung kami terus. Ya walaupun lagi di bawah, support terus playernya. Player akan usaha keras buat Dewa United dan anak Dewa. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Dan semuanya bersoraklah dan sambutlah untuk nafas lebih panjang. Dan mungkin harapan baru untuk Dewa United.
They deserve it.
Spencer Itoshi Kesu. In the anime, Itoshi Rin, the main character, is called the Destroyer.
Itoshi is a anime character
Yeah.
in Naruto.
Presumably. No.
Oh, it's not
in,
Naruto.
Different. I don't know if I can say it because of the collab, but
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So
The Destroyer. And I think Mr. Man was the Destroyer this game.
I agree. Smacked RRQ every time they
Punched
wanted
the-
to look for something.
He punched a blind lady in the face.
That's kind of rude. That's kind of rude. Oh, this was the moment.
Yeah, boom. He found both. The blind lady and the lady with the gun.
Did he find 3? Who was the
Yes.
other one? Was it Chip?
And the little lady. Yeah, all the ladies.
Chip is not a... Anyway.
Yeah, I really think RRQ underestimated Dewa, and honestly, this roster, you know, they're doing pretty well. It's almost like you're wondering where have they been the whole time. But there was definitely a lot of moments there where even if you're an RRQ or Dewa fan, you're like, whoa, what's going on? And it was really chaotic. Not what we were expecting from a game between someone on number 1 and someone in number 8.
Yeah. I think that's what we are kind of expecting from the start of the season. Because like even Onyx versus someone on top, we can't really, you know, predict who gets it. But in this game in particular, this was the big shocker. And speaking of shockers, that after meditating, I guess Sorizo coming back, player of the match presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series on, I think the Esmeralda was the game that really shocked my mind, but he's also been able to get it through the CC.
He was active here in all these fights, outputting the damage. And if you look at it, in the later fights of this game, he is sticking like glue to Toy, dude. Toy's always been hunted by Sorizo with the yo-yos here in game number 2. And this is what kind of made the fight formation is so difficult. And we talked about how Dewa, I mean, in theory here, they want to make it like a bit more disruptive. They don't want to go front to back against so much AoE, so much artillery. And they were able to actually do so. I mean, look at this, right? Look at where the positions are. First of all, great big combo. But afterwards, there's no safe zone, right? Everyone's weaved in within each other. And you just can't get anything going here in way of offense if you're RRQ. Look at this. Sorizo jumping straight onto Toy. So immediately the whole team moves forward, knowing that Toy is the main damage dealer. The guy with the weapon mastery with the full 6 items in the late game. And because of that, despite having the damage, Toy just isn't around there to output the damage the same way Maybe is with his extra mobility and survivability. He's able to be in the right place at the right time and receive a lot more damage while still being able to be active.
Yeah. My player of the game for this game was actually Maybe, but my player of the match I think was Sorizo because of that amazing Game 1 performance. Yeah, an amazing game really from Dewa United. Imagine, second match in MPL for some of these rookies and they are able to be number 1 of the standings.
It's the new mindset of the young bloods, man.
Yeah, dude.
Like we're not seeing
These
them
cannons are built different.
like need too much time to adapt. Like even in the interviews, like yeah, MPL is whatever. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Sure, like the crowd is amazing, but it's not a big deal so much that it would affect our mentality. Essentially, is what he's saying, and that's what he said in the interview too, right? No pressure before that debut game yesterday. But you know, channeling my inner Renmar, I want to give my flowers to the rest of the team as well. I think he likes to say give flowers.
I see.
I want to give my flowers, like despite Sorizo claiming that MVP and despite the exceptional performance coming in from Maybe, I want to give my flowers to Kesu.
Yeah, I agree.
And honestly, Ray, right? Because in game number 2, we saw so many moments where Maybe wouldn't have been able to make the Maybe plays that he did if the cover wasn't there. And the cover came from Ray, and it came from Kesu too.
Yep.
Really good.
They're giving your
stuff.
flowers to Sorizo?
No, he already got the MVP.
All right.
Whatever.
But, so who are you
Everyone
giving-
gave him flowers.
Who are you giving your flowers to?
Kesu, Ray.
Everyone else is
Okay,
there.
so hopefully Kesu and Ray don't stand around in the player lounge for too long. Because the next match is coming up.
What next match?
And also, don't forget your badge, because you don't want to be taking anyone else's badge.
Who's... Oh. Anyway,
Anyhow,
25 minutes, Raj. How are you feeling about this loss?
I mean, it's a devastating loss because you really weren't expecting it, right? It's like a sucker punch. You know, you're just walking down the road. It's a nice day, and someone just hits you in the gut, and you're like, "What the heck just happened?"
It's like if you broke up or something
Oh,
like that, right?
Damn, that's deep, yo.
Does that
pretty
not feel
intense.
the
Is
same
that like-
way?
Is that,
Like,
is that
I mean,
how you feel?
Me?
About this game?
but you know, technically in this match, RRQ did put in Chen in the jungle, right?
Yes.
So
But it's not an excuse, you know.
So,
They made
how's
the
your
call.
boy Chen, Rashi?
Oh man, I feel for him.
You like him?
I think he's new. right?
Okay.
I think it's understandable by all means. I think a lot of people, me included, wanted him to do a bit more, right? Have higher expectations of him. But again, he's new, right? Even though we just talked about how the rookies don't care about the big stage, you know, people react to pressure differently, right? So I really wish the best for him, right? Hopefully he gets back
Yeah.
on his feet, you know, gets better.
Because here's the difference, right? Kesu and Spencer are going into a Dewa that are at number, what, 8.
8.
So it's like, and plus the fan base isn't like as big as the Kingdom.
That's true. That's true.
Meanwhile,
Or as fervent sometimes.
exactly. So Chen is coming into a situation where he's new, debuting in the largest team, I would say, in MPL ID, who are doing really great, sitting at a 4-time win streak. Supposed to be
Regular season.
regular season champs.
But I think it's just unlucky as well because the roster shift and all that happened as he's in. I almost
Yeah.
feel like Keskyun was expecting like the old Dewa, right? So I'm not saying that this Dewa is amazing and they're gonna make a miracle run and win, you know? But they're looking a lot better than the previous roster, right? In the Land of Dawn at least. So it's also unfortunate that that happened. And then, you know, Chen comes in and is like, wait a minute, it's different.
It's pressure.
Even Kesky is probably like, what's Esmeralda? What is this? You know, we thought that, you know, it might be different.
Yeah, maybe the GOAT, Kescute, was surprised.
Knowing Kescute, he probably was like, God damn it, Cerezo. Because he worked with this guy. Actually,
That's true.
Kescute told me back in the day when BTR is like, Cerezo's actually really smart. He's one of the dudes on BTR that actually knows what I want to do every single time I give him a hero.
So let's talk to Kescute, right? What happened in that match with
A
RRQ
rare occurrence.
or NMM? Should be Kescute, right?
I think so.
Okay, let's throw it over.
Thank you Caster, kembali bersama Alisa dan kalau sudah di backstage ini yang rasanya jarang sekali ya kita bertemu dengan coach dari RRQ, ada Coach Rev. Halo Coach.
Halo.
Pertama-tama sebelumnya selamat dulu nih karena sudah bisa mengamankan upper bracket di babak playoff.
Ya, makasih.
Tapi kita ketemu hari ini di sini nih di backstage. Gimana nih Coach, ada apa? Apakah ini mau memberikan pengalaman juga untuk Chen sendiri karena sudah berhasil mengamankan upper bracket mungkin?
Ya kalau untuk ngasih pengalaman emang tujuan kami naikin Chen itu buat ngasih pengalaman dia di MPL. Ya walaupun sebenarnya result kita udah dapat upper bracket ataupun belum dapat, ya kita pasti ada kayak planning untuk ngasih Chen jam terbang lah di MPL.
Oke, jadi ini pengalaman baru juga bagi Chen dan mungkin di sini kita bisa melihat juga bahwa sebenarnya kemarin ada di season lalu ada duo mid rookie yang tiba-tiba bersinar yaitu ada Idok dan Rins di season 14. Nah, kamu melihat kalau dari Dewa sendiri nih Spencer dan Kesu itu seperti apa sih, Coach?
Ya rata-rata ya sekarang menurut saya player-player dari MDL udah lumayan bisa ngimbangin lah player di MPL. Karena mungkin mereka juga global band di MDL kan itu membantu mereka buat hero pool juga. Ya menurut saya mereka berdua juga lumayan bisa bersaing lah di MPL gitu.
Tapi kalau dari Coach sendiri menurut Coach Spencer dan Kesu bisa menyaingi Idok Rins atau bahkan bisa lebih nggak mungkin?
Ya harusnya buat sekarang belum bisa sih.
Belum bisa ya, tetap Idok Rins tidak terkalahkan
Ya,
ya. Oke, dan menutup week ke-8 ini ada pesan-pesan buat Kingdom gak sih? Silakan.
Ya untuk Kingdom ya sorry hari ini kita belum bisa dapat kemenangan. Ya kami juga pasti bakal improve terus sampai season MPL ini selesai. Jadi tetap dukung kami di MPL season 15 ini.
Improve terus dan pastinya kita akan melihat konsistensi dari RRQ terutama karena RRQ sudah berhasil mengamankan upper bracket di babak playoff. Dan kita akan lemparkan kembali ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
All right. So it wasn't NMM, it wasn't Kescute, it was Coach Rave.
All the way from MDL.
Assistant coach, he mentioned the reason why Chen was brought up in this match, it was to give him experience, playtime.
And he was very upfront about it too. He's like, yeah, unfortunate for us, RRQ and the Kingdom, we didn't get a good result today, but it is what it is. You know, they apologize for the performance and move forward with it.
Because they can take it.
Respectable.
It's whatever, right, for RRQ. But for Dewa, it's not. But speaking of disappointment, don't be disappointed. and you won't be disappointed if you use Indie Home by Telkomsel, right? Guys, get your hands on the packet G21 for only 375k IDR. You guys can get internets with up to 100 Mbps. Plus, it is just super stable, lag-free, super affordable. You guys can check it out on the My Telkomsel app or tcell.id/nacional. Yeah.
Yeah, not on your phone, on any phone, but that's 25 obviously. Check it out, man, because I have it here. That's why I can show you all the Gemini stuff. I can show you MLBB, I can show you GoPay. What?
A lot?
With no lag.
All the features, man.
All
With
of
fast
it.
internet, anything is possible.
Check it out. The Jitu1.
Because it's not just for like your
You see it like
phone.
Jitu.
You can also
Jitu1,
have it for your
Jitu1.
home. Unless your phone is your home. But that's kind of weird.
I'm gonna open the GoPay app now.
Okay, go ahead. Are you voting for your champion?
I am actually. Look.
Well, see, I already did, right? But clearly,
Oh.
didn't go as expected.
Mine also didn't go as expected. I didn't predict Dewa to win this. I think only Pak Pulung got the spin token now.
Hashtag hanya Pak Pulung.
Hanya only Cuman Pak Pulung.
So
Just
you
like
guys can
Cuman
actually
Eagles.
vote for your favorite team or who you think is going to win at the gopay.co.id/games or on the app, because for your first vote, you guys can actually get 59 diamonds plus 1 token. Now the token you can use to spin for prizes in the gift arena, and the prizes that are included are the 2 electric motorcycles, 5 smartphones, 5 power banks, there's 25 wireless earphones, and what's available now is 13.
Yeah.
Huh? What do you
Those are
mean?
the clean ones, Eterna. So 2 electric motorcycle winners have been chosen. 5 smartphone winners
Oh,
have
so
been
there's
chosen.
13 left.
There's only 13 electric motorcycles left. So go ahead, head over to gopay.co.id/games, open the GoPay app, do one of those. If you want to take the hard way, then go and type it in all the way. Click the trophy icon on top right. Click vote now to get a token. Pick your winning team, choose their final match score, get up to 59 free diamonds and 1 token free for your first vote, and then use the token to spin in the gift arena and win your dream prizes.
Nice. I bet you want the electric motorcycle.
Sure, why not, right?
He loves the
Traveling-
environment.
Exactly, man. It's all about being eco-friendly when you can.
Yep.
So proud of you. Character development.
Character development.
Wait, what?
Character
Is
development.
that you?
GoPay GG though for you guys is also development for you guys back at home. Maybe now you're doing stuff that might not be financially responsible. Well, fix that. Be financially responsible by using the promo code 5 diamonds with only 1 rupiah.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
That's,
And
that's pretty crazy, guys.
top up with a WDP, which is only 26,000 IDR with this promotion.
Exactly.
Check out WDP weekly diamond payments.
Treat yourself. Okay? Grab that new hero or new skin that you want
Yes.
and be financially responsible doing it.
Yes.
It's a win-win-win.
Triple win.
TW.
And it's always cheap, but also secure. That's like the important one.
Yeah. Exactly. So scan the QR code down below there, guys, or you can use the promo code that's already typed up in the lower
There's
banner.
a QR code, man.
MPL
Just
Pasti
use it.
GG.
Don't make life
Yeah.
difficult.
Is it a
Don't
QR code?
It is a QR code.
Yeah.
What? That's not a barcode.
A barcode is a code that has bars, right? So what
Yes,
does
that is
QR
true.
stand for?
It's a code with QRs.
It's quick read.
Is it actually quick read?
That is
No, I don't know. I was like,
pretty
damn,
crazy.
that's pretty cool.
I have no
Crazy.
idea.
Are you a ninja?
What? Do I
'Cause you
look like a
just-
ninja?
A little.
You are pretty ninja.
Really?
Hmm?
Interesting.
It's tactical.
Why do you
like
bring
a
that up?
ninja.
Well, because I think we're all ninjas here. We could be this gang right here, man. But we need 5 to
I'm
be fair.
sad there's no Tsunade. I'd
Masha.
love it if Tsunade
Masha.
was there.
Why? Why do you like Tsunade?
Because I cosplayed her once,
Masha, no?
like 2 years ago.
Masha, Tsunade?
Yeah,
Right?
that would fit.
No, Masha is my Shiranui, man. Like,
Oh.
That's a
don't-
different franchise,
Shush.
brother.
That one is best skin, bro. Best skin in the world.
But speaking about best skins, you guys can actually check out the custom collab contents that are officially available. We have, you know, the stickers, the emotes. There's loading effects that are available, match interfaces, a custom map, And there's so many other Easter eggs that are ready to be conquered. So don't forget to check that out, aside from the available skins.
There's a lot. There's also the Jiraiya emote that you guys can get. So go and try to find that because it's actually quite hidden. It's the best emote, in my opinion. It's like Jiraiya
Really?
with his nose bleeding. Perfect stage.
Pretty cool.
The nosebleed face, yeah, the classic.
We love
the
you,
anime
Jiraiya.
staple.
Rest in peace. F's in the chat for Jiraiya. It was pretty sad when he died, actually.
Is Jiraiya Beloyski?
Huh?
Jiraiya is Yeb. Beloyski is Minato. And Kairi is Naruto.
Oh, okay.
That's how we put it here. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
And
I
then
don't know how that
Minato,
lines up like that.
Minato's students are Obito, Kakashi, and Rin.
Rin.
Rin's dead, but
Isn't Jiraiya a little cheeky?
he's very... Yeah, sure, we could use that word.
What is-
Yeah.
Cheeky, what
Do
does
you
that
think
mean?
Yeb
Sure.
is cheeky?
He kind of is, though.
Dude, he is. What do you mean? That's like the most accurate thing about him. The only thing that you'd be like, doesn't Jiraiya have white hair? That would be more acceptable, you know?
Okay.
Like, I think everything else fits. Yeb is Jiraiya, bro. And he's having a good day at home, preparing for his match against Evos. If he loses today, it's all right. Because even if he's having a bad day, just one sip of the good day will be cookie or fantastic macchiato or cappuccino. Whichever flavor you really want here. There's a Bakadu, there's...
Ooh.
That's what's up.
There you go. That's what's up.
I needed that because day's not going so well so far.
Damn, you're right. Well, that hopefully gets you a good day, Arash.
I feel better already.
Maybe you can give that over to Chen. Here, give this one to Chen.
To Chen?
To Chen.
See if
Maybe-
see if I run into him, okay?
Yeah.
You want to give him mine too?
That's for Rave.
Okay.
Sure. Let's see if we run into the boys. in the
This is
back.
for Keskute, because he has long hair.
That's for
He'll
Keskute.
appreciate.
Getting kind of crowded over here.
But can we barter for Sucro?
And
Oh, I don't have any on me
Make
right
sure
now.
your players
You
get enough
finished
sleep.
it?
Make sure your players get enough sleep.
Make sure your
I'm
players
gonna go
get
and
enough
take a nap.
sleep. Okay, while he's sleeping, and he finished my Sucro, by the way.
It's in the back rooms. It ain't here.
It's not even in the back rooms, by the way. We want it,
Liar.
all right, ladies and gentlemen. Please, original barbecue Kribo. We want everything. Even Superman.
All
If
three.
Superman comes over to the town room,
I'll
we'll be
eat
like,
it.
all right, that's cool.
Oh, we won't eat it.
No,
I thought we were gonna eat it.
You wanna? Is that not
That
like
is like
killing
the
a man?
biggest Sucro I've ever
But-
seen in my life.
But it's a man.
I
It's a
will
living
taste
creature.
It.
You want to kill it?
I don't think it will be living.
It's playing a game
He's
right
playing
there.
a game right there. Gasla.
I mean, just
It's
because it
sentient.
moves
Yeah.
doesn't mean that it's sentient.
What? What do you say?
Wait a
Just
minute.
because it moves doesn't mean it's alive.
So it has to breathe too.
So it's like a virus. A virus
It has
isn't a
to
living
br-
thing.
Does it have
but
to
it
breathe?
moves.
What does alive mean?
It has to. There's like, there's legit like a
tier
list
There's
of
a tier list alive.
yeah, like
Wow.
there's a lot to talk about.
Where does Sucro kind of slot into that?
I think it's like a, I don't know. We'll talk about it during the break before we get into match number 2. Another deciding match, by the way. And we promise we'll be more serious.
you yearning for? Crimson Blossom! Well, please don't disappoint me. The lovely smell of all my prey. Don't run! Keep the dance going! Grafting, suffer! What are you yearning for? The lovely smell of all my... Hey, let's have fun! Feed my blossoms, self-deceivers! It's getting fun. Keep dancing! How pathetic. Echoes of the past. At your disposal. Still recognize me? Can you keep up? Start small to build big. Quickly and swiftly. A smooth journey. Lighter than a dove. Quickly and swiftly. Bloom from passion shell. It's getting loading. My compliments. This craftsmanship, a wise investment. Quickly, found your weak spot. Stake loading. Take this. Can you keep up? Anything catch your eye? Lighter than a dove. Quickly and swiftly. Still recognize me? Leave it to me. Loading. Sprout a budding seed! Let's have fun! The wind rises. Is there anything of interest? Loading. Iron graft you new. surprise me? Found your weak spot. Start small to go big. Can you keep up? Quickly and swiftly. Can you keep up? Start small to build big. A smooth journey. Quickly and swiftly. Found your weak spot. Leave it to me. Let's have fun! What are you yearning for? Wind against my vines. A little treat. Well, please don't disappoint me. What are you yearning for? The lovely smell. Vitality sour. Let's have fun. Well, please don't disappoint me. A little treat. What are you yearning for? A little treat. Well, please don't disappoint me. What are you yearning for? Well, please don't disappoint me. The lovely smell of chaos. Anything catch your eye? Start small to build big. Still recognize me? Victory favors me.
Useless idiots!
This craftsmanship. Masterpiece complete. Can you keep up quickly and swiftly? Start small to build big. is reborn from ancient roots. Stemming. Well, please don't disappoint me. A little treat. What are you yearning for? The lovely smell of all my prey. The lovely smell of all my prey. The lovely smell of all my prey. Crimson Blossom! Wind against my vines. Vitality soar! Don't run! Keep the dance going! A little treat. Wind against my vines. Wind against my vines. Wind against my vines. The lovely smell of all my prey. Vitality sour. A little treat. The lovely smell of all my prey. What are you yearning for? Wind against my vines. Wind against my vines. Well, please don't disappoint me. The lovely smell of all my crimson blossom! A little treat. The lovely smell of all my prey. It's getting fun. Grafting, suffer! Well, please don't disappoint me. Calyx, let's have fun. Don't run. Keep the dance going. What are you yearning for? The lovely smell. Rafting, supper! A little treat. And let's have fun. Well, please don't disappoint me. What are you yearning for? A little treat. The lovely smell of all my prey. Rafting, supper! Let's have fun! Well, please don't disappoint me. The lovely smell of all my prey. At your disposal. Loading. My compliments. Take this! Can you keep up?
Dare you? How dare you?
Wind against my vine. What are you yearning for? The lovely smell of all my prey. Crimson Blossom! A little treat. Deceivers! Grafting, suffer! Well, please don't disappoint me. What are you yearning for? Let's have fun! Vitality, sour! The lovely smell of all my prey. The lovely smell of entwine. Struggle harder. Entertain me. Let's have fun. It's getting fun. Leave it to me. Loading. Found your weak spot. Still recognize me. Let's have fun! A little treat. The lovely smell of all my prey. Let's have fun! The lovely smell of all my prey. Let's have fun! Grafting, suffer! Feed my blossoms, self-deceivers! A little treat. The lovely smell of all my prey. Found ya! Well, please don't disappoint me. A little treat. The lovely smell of all my... Let's have fun! What are you yearning for? lovely smell of all my prey. Found ya! Let's have fun! Grafting, suffer! Huh? Found ya! Found ya! Wind against my vines. Found ya! Found ya! Well, please don't disappoint me.
Time flies by. Anything... Remember to stop and look around as you explore. Maybe... There are ancient relics on those faraway mountains. Who knows?
Meanwhile, from the side of Onyx, Kimmy has been taken off the board.
No Kimmy. Great option there. Again, it's a flex pick. Evos like using that. Kimmy as well. They like going with those weird picks. So the Kimmy makes sense. But immediately afterwards, the Joy still. So, still a lot of assassin emphasis here with Kairi and Albert having a showdown. It's really no surprise.
Now for Evos. It's interesting that Onyx have started things with the Kimmy and the Joy Band because this definitely sets up for like a Suyo pickup for themselves.
Yeah.
But Evos are known to go for the Suyo, so at this point, it does set up for maybe a Suyo pick for Evos. They might just first pick it. Even though we haven't seen it in a while, first pick Suyo, with these heroes being banned out, I think it's still okay.
But remember, heroes like the Chip, the Fanny, they're going to be left open here. Luo Yi gets banned out.
Oh, Evos left the Fanny open, yeah. I expected that to be the
There
Fanny
you
ban.
go.
That's going to be the Chip, so...
Fanny.
Oh, Suyo or Fanny. I think Fanny has to be taken. You don't want Kairi to be on a Fanny when you're fighting for playoff.
Not ideal for Evos. Unless they really want that, you know, that burst potential on the Suyo. It's a pick that Albert has used to really get that good start in the season. But again, Kairi on the Fanny, unless they have really good confidence in Key stopping that Fanny from getting out of control, they really shouldn't play with fire right now.
Oh my lord.
None of the above.
Oh my lord, the Fanny is open, ladies and gentlemen. A power pick for Kairi with the Harith first pick from the White Tigers.
Is it gonna happen, Mirko?
Usually we would say the Tigers, Evos are playing with fire, but they are playing with thunder. This is a signature Fanny, a Fanny that won MSC literally in the finals. And it will be surely, no doubt about it. They take away the counter too. Fanny Badang for the God in the Jungle.
I mean, they didn't even go for the Moskov either, right?
Yeah.
So like essentially this Fanny should be open to look for these picks. This will depend though. Evos can still have a chance to kind of counter it in the drafts. Suyo picked up, as you guys mentioned earlier on, with the Joy band out. What else are we thinking about against the Fanny?
Yes, the Fanny, man, it's one of those weird ones. Especially for Key. There's not a lot of options available. If they want to go with this with the Jawhead combo, no. Go with the Gato Kacha. The taunt is gonna come out fast. More odds of catching the Fanny. Physical damage reduction on the passive allows him to stay alive longer, potentially. But still, it's nothing so far. It's gonna be a definite deterrent to the Fanny. Like you mentioned, Eterna, the gold laner can't even outplay it, right? Erlang may be able to survive with the sustainability of and shielding of the Harith, but he won't be able to find ways to stop the cables.
Interesting. I thought that the Moskov or the Pharsa would be the pickup, but they go for the Granger instead. So right now, it definitely looks like they just want to snowball out of control from the early game. It's not much of a mid-game solution right now, because usually when you see the Harith on the other side, especially with the Gatot Kacha, a Pharsa would be a solid option to, again, burst the Harith with the range and also technically take away a lot of the HP from the Gatot. They will ban the Phobius, something that could also displace the Fanny, something that could stop him.
Yeah, the targeted shoulder bash can be a tool. Again, in a game with so much aggression, if both teams want to get more damage, more danger tools, you don't have to stop the Fanny completely. You don't need a suppression, but just knocking the Fanny up and stopping 1 or 2 cable rotations will be enough.
I think it'll be a Pharsa and Eve ban right now. They need to take out these long-range heroes that can stop the Harith from popping up in these team fights.
Solid option. Short range is something that Evos are gonna have to contend with right now. But the glue comes in from Onyx as well.
Yeah.
So they're concerned probably about they might be looking at a backline long-range mage themselves. And we know the glue, right? Diving towards that backline is definitely always gonna be a problem. Although there's the Faramis angle, but with this composition for Onyx so far, I don't think a Faramis slots in that well. So
I was about to ask how the Faramis would do in Evos' hands. Because technically, if they want to try and eliminate the kill pressure from the Fanny, a hero like the Faramis could actually help that, right?
in theory, yes.
They gotta ban the Valen though.
Exactly, there's that. But it also depends on how far ahead the Fanny is. Because they get enough burst damage, and if you don't have any deterrents, if the Fanny can get her hands on the Faramis immediately, that means you're basically stun locking your entire team for some kind of combo.
Okay, that makes sense. Because there is still an opportunity for Keyboard to pick up something like Tigreal or something, but yeah, the Novaria being banned out meant that the Pharsa was left open. Already according to plan for the Yellow Porcupines, the Sky Kings here, Pharsa picked up first in the first phase, and now Evos. What do they choose? Do they go for something like the Valentina to try and get the Feather Airstrike?
That's the best choice, I feel. There, I
It's
mean, there are
also
two big
safer.
ultimates, Feather Airstrike and the Fist Crack. Yeah.
Mobility to try and go up against the Fanny as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, Terrify, a low-key way to disrupt the movement. Some players miss, they don't get to see it in the thick of the fighting. They get terrified, they get taken out. It makes sense, but along with that, I feel like they still want some more crowd control.
I think they go Terizla for Fluffy. That's one of his heroes. Haven't seen it in a while. Oh, they don't! Cho for Key. That's a way to lock down the Fanny. But is it reliable enough? Right now, the only reliable CC is that Way of the Dragon.
Interesting. And with the Sicilian, there's ways for them to try and poke at fight opportunities with the Sanguine Claws.
Man.
Onyx go for a solid frontliner right here. Hylos. So Evos has a lot more ways to catch built in, right? A lot more annoying to deal with. But Onyx, especially with the Glorious Pathway, if Evos miscalculate how long they can stick around, even with the Sicilian, with the Cho, right? They can get chased down really far. Onyx mobility as a whole team is quite dangerous right now.
So we'll see exactly how this pans out. Ladies and gentlemen, all the fans in the building, the super fans in the building are also going wild in anticipation. And I think we're also sharing that sentiment. This match will make it or break it for a lot of these teams here in MPL ID Season 15. So let's get straight into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 between Evos and Onyx. Will Onyx be able to secure this, deny the win from Dewa and Evos, and drop their dreams for playoff contention?
We shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for this very high-stakes matchup.
Stakes that go past one team, goes to multiple teams, and already you're seeing the aggressive moves there coming out of Lutfi, going for an early cut. But for Onyx, they have a lot more burst damage initially here in the early game, especially from the mid lane. Sway low on the Sicilian is going to take a while to ramp up. You see Kyrie already looking for opportunities here. Probably only going to get the Litho though. Looking at the emblems by Ende Home, tenacity for both the Gatot and the Sicilian, so Swalo understands the danger he's going to be in. All movements for Reggie to try and roam faster, but the weapon mastery for Erlan, that's an interesting one. He wants to scale.
Yeah, because it's not just aggression coming through from Kyrie on the Fanny, but also the mid trio from Onyx that should be able to roam around the map a lot quicker. The far side with Wings by Wings. Suelo needs a little bit more time to get to the power spike as compared to Sans. So what we're seeing right now is the pressure coming in from Onyx the way that we anticipated from the drafts even. But with Albert on the Suyo, they should be wanting to contest for the neutral objectives, yes?
Yeah, but against a composition like this, if they don't find any kind of advantage, any kind of lead, any pickoff before the neutral objective, I feel like it's a bit risky for them to just walk into all of this damage potential, all this early game.
So what's the game plan then for EVOS?
For me, there's something interesting, by the way. I gotta point this out, because Kyrie's pathing earlier, when he took the orange buff, he went for the triangle path. Orange to the camps up top before he went purple. So now, it's a delayed purple take, so he has purple right as the turtle spawns, but it doesn't look like he's going to be utilizing it to start the turtle. It's just, I guess, for XP then, I'm guessing?
More efficient in the overall gold and EXP gain, perhaps. He's going to try and clear it now, and both teams haven't really found anything just yet, so he can't afford to do so. In fact, EVOS might be late to the party here. Albert, if he can't really get the turtle started now, has to go and go for his purple or risk falling further behind in EXP.
Good peek. Three members caught there! Kai gonna be kicked by the way to Dragon, but it's gonna be the Revitalize to help him. What a start to the game. Another pin down from Key Boy! And they feed the kills to Kyrie.
That was crazy. That was a crazy way to start this game. 2 kills, like you mentioned already, onto Kyrie will help him snowball and increase the kill pressure that he already has as Kyrie on the Fanny. And the fact that Kibo was able to get that, it looked like EVOS had the better setup. They were there first, they were looking for a pick, didn't find it, but they set up. Very unfortunate for the White Tigers here in the early game.
They just don't respect the setting potential. Like we were talking about earlier, feather airstrikes, fist cracks, so many ways for Onyx to threaten EVOS, and they group together instead of trying to find one of the members of Onyx mid-rotation. Before more on that though, talent prediction by the new application GoPay. Only Mr. Pulung on the side of EVOS. He was right earlier in match number 1. Can he replicate the same success in match number 2?
That's a big question, and that's all on EVOS now, because the fact that they don't have as much grounds on the neutral objective means that they have to look for something different. Essentially, Suelo and Erlan should be able to get to the power spike. Wait a second though, that's an invade coming from Kyrie.
With the cables already, there should be a free orange buff, and it will be 2 levels ahead. Reggie, looking for the way to Dragon, we'll be able to find it on Kai. But that's about it.
Not enough damage for EVOS to fight back right there. You can see the moment the Glorious Pathway gets popped, everyone has to walk backwards. Again, because they don't have the same kind of pressure, the same kind of danger to pose towards Onyx. And a big factor here that we've spoken about before, but we haven't covered for this match right here, the fact that Key is on a Gatot, right? The more reactive pick. We talked about this being a problem before, but look at the damage.
Ridiculous feathered airstrike, Sans. He's gonna have the flicker. Kyrie into the back with Suelo. Cut down slowly but surely. Kai's on a killing spree.
He's at 3-0-0 now. Sans still able to get out with the Wings by Wings as well, so no damage given over from EVOS onto Onyx. They've been able to reap all the rewards. Meanwhile,
Savero! Solo kill up top.
it's a win-win-win for the Sky Kings here in our first game. 5 minutes in, a 3,000 gold lead. We do see now they have control over the neutral objective, and Albert is 2 levels below. No contest.
Not possible, but Reggie looking around trying to find something. Keyboy runs into him. But this is a really delayed take here from Onyx. It's almost like they don't really want the turtle. They want to try and capitalize on EVOS potentially on being unwilling to let it go. What is going on though? Albert, he's not really running towards the turtle urgently. He might really understand the same idea, so he's just farming, pathing towards that turtle. And Onyx, they're just not rushing it, right? They want to wait for a moment to punish.
This is so smart for Bionic. They know that, well, first turtle as well, they delayed the take, right? Because they know EVOS, their composition relies on them winning the early game, getting the neutral objective. So if Onyx delay it, and just force them out into skirmishes with the turtle being free like this, it'll, 1, stop them from taking neutral objectives because they can be punished. 2, if they don't go for the neutral objectives, give Onyx the free turtle and the free rotations around the map.
So essentially, it's the Sky King still holding on to the control here. Reggie in the bush.
Oh, Way the Dragon with Revitalize. Early game Erlan on the Harith. Feather Airstrike coming out. Lutfi will be knocked up, but look at Kai! Finds the Cutthroat, gets the mega kill.
Lutfi for Erlan, definitely worth it, man. And while that was going on, Savero, not even concerned facing Albert 1v1 as a gold lane. That's a great sign there. Looking at the win audience prediction here, it's pretty even, but in the game, it looks pretty one-sided so far. Onyx having all the control, and Evo's,
Oh, Reggie. Way the Dragon to the flicker, but it's only on the Keyboy. Now Kai in the back line, able to go for the cables again on Albert. That's gonna be the AOG locking him down. But he's a bit too clean to get caught by that. Keyboy for Reggie.
still very much worth it. And Onyx are not really forced to back away in any way, shape, or form. They're still able to push the top side. Kyrie gonna come back, trying to find something. Savero.
Very aggressive. Dodges
Solo
away from
play.
the bat impact. 1v1. Oh, Albert had the Queller. Blade Surge away. Kyrie on the orange buff. Suelo, I'm not too sure if you want to walk up like that. The Sanguine Claws will land, but Kai steals yet another orange buff.
He utilizes the Retribution though, so that's information for the White Tigers, considering that the next turtle is spawning in 20 seconds. We're also looking at the items.
Skypiercer on Savero there with the Malefic Roar as well. Man, already a lot of burst potential. And now for Evos, they're concerned about Kyrie playing cleanup, but also Savero as the professor is in the house. I know
Hey,
that
he's not
guy.
casting?
No, he's not.
I
It's
ain't.
on Wee Wee today.
What?
Let's see his reaction though, because usually he's just a chill guy. He's not the kind of person who would jump up and down or anything, but
Oh, one. 1 out of 1. Dude, what?
He's prepared.
He really was prepared. Suns looking for the stun. We'll be able to get it. Erlan up top. Command Force used defensively. Wow.
Perfect turtle in for Onyx earlier on as well, and they're going to be able to pick up a lot more on the board. That structure has nearly been taken down on the bottom side of the map. This is the chemistry that we're looking at from the Sky Kings. The taunt lands. That's for the airstrike.
And that's Sonata constantly. The barrages, cannons, Erlan taken low. Savero doesn't have the Skypiercer. Oh, he does.
he does.
Okay, he just didn't want to go for the shot. Glorious pathway over to Keith. That's going to be stun over. Blade Surge from Albert. Keith! AOG. Got it in time.
Super lucky that Kyrie wasn't there, or he would have gone for the kill. Another orange buff steal, this time without Retribution. 6,000 gold lead now for the Sky Kings. Is there a moment of return for Evos? Considering they do have Suelo and Erlan. Wait a second.
Yeah, Evos have pretty okay scaling. Look, Pido, whoa.
But the airstrike, Erlan caught by Keyboy with a fist strike in the back. He's going to be taunted down, but look at Onyx. Now it's going to be Kai in the back line with the cables! Almost taking Suelo down, but Savero will find the finishers. That's a Blade Surge to his own demise! Savero claims the triple on the Granger.
That's a 3-for-1 trade at the end as well, and the fact that those kills were given to Savero, those are Skypiercer stacks. Did I just say snacks? Essentially, they are snacks. Evos are snacks now to Onyx.
Exactly. Ooh, Erlan
In the back, Kai went for the cutthroat, but it is a free kill to Savero with the Skypiercer.
4 kills on that Skypiercer, dude. So much damage right now from Onyx. And Evos, they have nothing to say here. This is the strategy we've seen before. The approach teams have done to shut down Evos. Shut down the jungler. Even now, if Key makes a massive play, if Albert isn't in play, if Albert isn't on curve, they can't do anything. And if you look at what Onyx has been doing, right? They haven't been diving. They haven't been doing anything too crazy in the side lanes. Every single time they have pressure, they have damage, they translate that into the jungle. If you look at the gold right now, Albert is standing at 5,300 gold. He has less gold than Lutfi.
That's bad. That's bad. And Albert, even with that jump earlier on, it feels like he's tilting.
I think he was desperately trying to make a play happen, get his hands onto Savero, but he only has a War Axe at this point with a Hunter Strike, so it really isn't as much burst damage as you would imagine. Man, Savero is 4,000 gold ahead as well. It's Key.
Feather airstrike into the back. Key very low. Severo looking for the shot down. Kyrie's waiting for the moment to come in and just look for that damage.
And this is ideally how you want things to go when your team is on a run, having momentum here. If for EVOS, they can possibly use all of the resources to get one person, but that would even guarantee them the win, right? If they get Kyrie, Severo's gonna wipe the floor with them. If they get Severo, Kyrie and Suns are still alive and well.
Glorious pathway. Key trying to stand in front. Luthi walking up. Feather airstrike over to Erlan. Wait, the Dragon already used. That's going to be the go signal for Kai to try to bait out the taunt from Key. That's the only lockdown that can take him down. Keyboy with a pin down now with his Demand Force as well. Erlan is able to get his hands on the Lord, clearing it together with Sway Low. Sans flying by. A base turret in the far lane, and Onyx will be happy with it.
All right, so still on damage control. Still worth it for Onyx. The fact that the inhibitor turret is the turret that's actually on the opposite end of the Lord, but EVOS are still going to be able to have the 2 inhibitor turrets left up. Look at that damage.
It's all good. No risk.
Is Sans going for Holy Crystal?
Glorious pathway by Luthi, trying to beat T-Boy. Was looking for the set, but EVOS will respect it, and it'll be an orange buff take one more time for Kai.
Dude, Albert is still level 13, man. He is just held down completely by Onyx. Look at his play for the airstrike.
Catching the angle, Erlan popping his Demand Force. Sans has cancelled the feathered airstrike. Again, a defense by EVOS.
That's a Holy Crystal built in for Sans.
Yeah, you were mentioning it earlier, Eterna. That was indeed a Holy Crystal Sans was looking for. Doesn't need any extra protection. There's no danger coming in from EVOS. Doesn't need any kind of penetration because they're snowballing so hard. He wants higher base damage. He wants to nuke Sway Low and Erlan out of relevance in some of these team fights. That's the range advantage that we were talking about earlier. That's why we thought that maybe EVOS were gonna ban out this Pharsa instead of that Novaria. But now look at the damage. Ooh. Sans abusing that wings by wings every single time he's on this Pharsa, dude.
That's the Gila Sans that we know and love, right? That's the attitude that we know and love as well. Back on the Lilia, he was so aggressive, even diving under turret, knowing that he has the black shoes, and he's kind of doing the same thing. That same flair is there for Sans on the Pharsa. A free Lord for the Sky Kings here in the 13th minute of the game. Lord is marching on the way with an 11,000 gold lead. This could possibly be the end angle for them.
Oh boy, EVOS, they're gonna try and defend against an 11,000 gold lead. The full control over the map. And look at Sans, he's being a ward, getting vision, and potentially being an assassin as well. This is what you can do on a Pharsa that's snowballing out of control. It is. Oh.
The waves will be coming in one by one. Key caught in the bad spot. Sanguine Claws not landing. Severo able to space himself away from it. Mid lane base turret taken down. Keyboy really is looking for the moment, but he knows that Erlan has a Purify as Kyrie gets rid of the top side base turret as well. 3 base turrets down. EVOS with their last legs. Sanguine Claws holding that in. Look quick, Keyboy! Again in the back, finding Erlan. A late Purify. Severo claims the kill. Key with a desperate AOG. Keyboy falling. Kyrie just go with the cables, and again Severo's cleaning up. Looking for more. Albert stunned up. Blade Surge into the front. Just free space for Onyx to take the game.
Absolutely no drop of fresh air for EVOS in this first game. Complete dominance from the Sky Kings as they controlled everything. Neutral objective, map, you name it. That first pick, Harith, really just biting them in the back in this game.
Oh man, that was a...
Hey,
oh, hey.
boys!
Who's that?
The goats are in the building. Miracle's goats
are in the building. That was a one-sided performance though. Onyx completely shut EVOS down. The laning phase, the team fights, the setups, the rotations, the goal difference. Oh man, this is a terrifying prospect for EVOS to go into game number 2 against this Onyx.
That's why I was wondering, right, about the neutral objective takes. And you mentioned something about EVOS, if they do contest for those early objectives, it will be very risky. And they did it in Turtle 1. And the fact that Kibo was able to get that three-man stun over with the Badang was just, I think, the start to the end for the White Tigers there.
Wow, dude, I remember early on leg number 1, it was Onyx that found themselves in this position where they let go of the Fanny and they didn't have any lockdown. And now it's EVOS. Not only did they give Kyrie a Fanny, they were like, we don't need lockdown. They put the Cho in XP, bruh.
Exactly. Especially in the earlier stages of the game, what were they gonna do against Kyrie, dude? There was literally no solution.
And for the most part as well, in the later stage of the game, Reggie was more focused on canceling the feather airstrike than focusing on Kyrie. So,
I mean, it's still important, but that shows you again that you need more than one tool,
Yeah.
bro. Like against a team like this, a team like Onyx that likes to push the limits when you don't punish. In theory, you need punishment tools. Only Way of the Dragon is not enough. You want to talk about Sans and Kyrie? How about Keyboy? Dude,
Yeah.
he also was engaging at will.
this was the big moment, right? This is first turtle.
Believe so.
Keyboy, man.
Keyboy and Lutpi. Look at what they were able to do here when there was no threat, right? Lutpi was, you saw this moment here right before this. Onyx were trying to scout for the orange buff, and Lutpi walked in there 1v4. Granted, he didn't have vision, but he didn't know who was there. He just did not feel the danger.
Yeah, Lutpi and Keyboy.
Oh! Hey, that's a hard pull,
aggressive.
sir. What was that?
All right. But Keyboy really started the snowball for Onyx here in game number 1, and that is one of the reasons why he deserves the player of the game. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series.
Oh, boom.
We're looking at that moment once again.
It was just so good. 3 members stuck in there. I mean, again, EVOS really should have respected it. This is Keyboy we're talking about. And Onyx, even though you can see they're past their prime, they're not there yet, they're still a very good team. They can capitalize on opportunities. And EVOS gave them multiple, dude. And on the top side, Savero on the Granger as well, able to actually win out against the Harith, dude. Man, that's a devastating solo kill, setting the tone. And you can see here, they have to use it against a Hylos to try and guarantee the kill. Once that happens, Kyrie just goes in, no problem. It's an open invite for the rest of Onyx to immediately jump on the main targets.
He played really well, and even in this moment, you can see the isolation, right? Like, again, giving the backline room to breathe really helped them do this, ultimately. Savero was still very healthy, and then it led to Albert looking for a desperate play that did not work, unfortunately for him.
And the distance management from Onyx, as always, dude. This team knows distance. That's a big thing. Oh, man. That was supposed to be the it was supposed to be the final stand there for Erlan, but he just gets taken out of the equation.
It's the angle of attack too from Keyboy, right? He puts the wall behind Erlan, so it was very difficult. He walks into the fist crack, or he walks back to the wall, and the 4 members of Onyx waiting there say, "Hey, we're here too."
It was a tough game, I would say, for EVOS, right? Because essentially you'd have to take down 3 people. There are like legit 3 carries that you have to think about. Kyrie, Savero, and Sans. And with not a lot of tools in the hands for EVOS, how would they even regulate these team fights?
Exactly. I think we need to go back down to the fundamentals. I feel like EVOS are really reaching. Like, this is a far reach, Arashi. What's the normal way to beat the Fanny? Let's just talk about the Fanny, right? Like, obviously there are more components, but just the Fanny. You want to have CC. You want to have, at least with this composition, mid prio, right?
Yeah.
That's why I thought, okay, they got Cho, because at least in Rome, that's mid prio right there. You should be able to win out the prio with the Concussive Blast and Jeet Kune Do. But they didn't have it, and it's not really a ready-to-fight mid laner either. So, yeah. Because Turtle 1 was kind of like, even though Fanny was on the other side, Suyo was supposed to be the stronger Turtle 1 fighter.
Yeah.
It was Onyx who had the fight with the Hylos, with the Badang, and the Fanny, and in the mid lane as well with Sans.
Again, the tools just weren't there. Eterna also mentioned the fact that EVOS didn't go for the Moskov, right?
Yeah,
they knew
they went Harith.
They knew the Fanny was coming, and they went with the Harith. So even less tools to deal with it. And that's why when Eterna asked, "Do you think EVOS should contest this?" I immediately said, "I don't think so, man. There was no way."
And even if, let's say, all right, I understand why they don't want to go Moskov, they want to go on Harith, sure, because they want to go Suyo, right? They want to have physical and magical, sure. They banned the Yve and the Novaria, but not the biggest threat to the Harith, which I literally was saying, Farsa, from yesterday as well. The biggest problem to the Harith is
And a
Sparrow.
signature pick.
Farsa. And a signature pick. That's why when Onyx saw it open, they were like, oh, well, thank you. Well, don't mind if I do, you know, like, snatch the Farsa.
Because we were questioning why the Farsa wasn't picked in the first phase.
Yeah, because it was Granger. I thought that was going to be Farsa. I wrote down Farsa before the Granger came out, and Farsa came out in second phase.
They didn't even, they picked up Sicilian. I thought they would pick up something like the Valentina instead.
Yeah. And you're seeing again, we talk about Sway Low not really having a lot of creativity. And I mean, right there, he just seems to be following the team around for the most part. There was no bold moves forward, no clearing, no roams, no big Sanguine Claw catches as well. And to be fair, he's playing a Sicilian against a Fanny.
Exactly.
Right? You can give him credit, you know, you can kind of give him a pass on that. But again, then why put him on the Sicilian in the first place? I feel like they were maybe overthinking the team fight dynamic. They were seeing that, okay, our guys are outranged here. We have a Harith that's gonna be popping off doing damage, but he's outranged. So we need range here. We need the Sicilian, bro. But again, they never addressed the initial problem of just the Fanny.
Maybe they were also thinking late game insurance. But
then why go with the Cho? Then why go with some of these picks that really don't have a...
Yeah, then maybe Moskov.
Exactly.
Yeah. But the Harith is late game insurance too, to be fair. It's just, I think the components, man, if they wanted to go for this, they could have done...
It's a mixed bag.
They could have taken away some better picks, like banned out some better picks away. Yeah. Just don't give Kyrie Fanny.
Just
if
ban
you're,
it.
if like...
Take it for yourself.
Dude,
Did
they are
Albert not
fighting
want
for
it?
their lives right now. Literally. If Evos lose here, ladies and gentlemen, they are out. So are Dewa out of playoffs. And Alter Ego, Liquid, together with Onyx, all qualify to playoffs. Like, Onyx are literally the gatekeepers right now. They are crying, it seems. I mean, alas.
Yeah, again, you have to think about this. This is like the biggest moment for Evos, technically in the season. And they allowed Onyx to have the Fanny and the Granger and the Farsa, right? These are all heroes we know Onyx like to use. We've seen them perform on it. So what the heck is going on? Like, what was the idea there?
But I think Evos were also kind of overthinking in the second phase because they didn't want the Novaria plus Granger combo. That's why they banned out the Novaria.
I feel like that would be preferable almost.
I think I would rather go up against that than what I saw earlier.
Because Evos seem to want to try and fight, right? And in a brawl, the Novaria has damage, but it's not a Farsa, you know, it's not the same kind of problem.
You know what? I think we need a cooldown.
Yeah.
All right, our heads are burning up. I'm pretty sure the players are also burning up. And to do that, get your hands on Head and Shoulders. We're looking at the hair cam by Head and Shoulders as well.
Whoa.
You guys want sleek, clean, beautiful hair. That's Maiden. Supporting Key. She definitely uses Head and Shoulders.
Hey, she's doing the, what's it called? What's that?
Velociraptor.
Velociraptor.
Velociraptor?
Hey, that's Yeb's daughter, right? Yeah.
Aww, and that's Awa.
Yes, sir. Congratulations, by the way. Anniversary, second anniversary.
Oh, that's super cute.
The Team Galaxy Zone, man. That's where the fun is at. Oh, that's a nice T-shirt. Dragon Ball.
Nice. That's also the Galaxy Zone, guys.
Yeah, I got distracted there.
Yeah.
It's a full Dragon Ball T-shirt there. Yeah, fun people in the Team Galaxy Zone. Make sure you...
Jeb has a wife and daughter buff right now, bro. No wonder he's locked in.
Is that why he was serious in the beginning? Only in the beginning?
Nonchalant.
Nonchalant.
There's still a chance for this to turn around, I believe.
Not if they
I
do
believe
that
Evos.
again. Not if they do that again, I don't think.
Caleb, Avio, got this, guys. Okay. Don't let this be the end to your story, guys.
I hope
Okay,
not.
it's a.
I want Key and Albert.
It was a very strong start to your season. Don't let it end like this.
Odd season Evos.
Oh man.
It's supposed to be your
Odd
season.
Evos. Come on. Oh,
Not
boy.
making it to playoffs though is kind of wild.
Back to back.
Oh. I mean, but it's not over.
It's not over.
It's not over until it's over. Don't
Okay.
knock it till you. That doesn't. No.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's hashtag KSI.
What?
It ain't over yet. He has a song where he says that.
Oh,
Is that
sing it for
knowledge? Oh boy, knowledge.
That is indeed knowledge,
Knowledge.
yes. Dude, man,
I feel smarter.
so now that Evo's in the thick of it, like,
Everybody knows.
where do they go from here, dude? They have so many
Drafts.
problems.
Ban
They have to
Fanny.
pick what angle they want. I think we can agree on that, right?
Okay.
Even if they can't beat all the problems Onyx are throwing at them, they need to at least cut down on a few so that at least in the execution they can operate only being concerned about one or two instead of like 4 or 5.
Do you go full assassin ban? Do they pick second pick instead? How would we start?
The thing is, I think sure, go red side, ban out Fanny on red because it makes more sense to ban out Fanny on red, right? Than it does on blue. Then they're gonna have to leave either Kalea or Haya open or Loyi. So it's always a give and take.
3 assassin
They might even have to ban the
bans.
chip.
Oh wait, right, there's chip. Stay on
Onyx-
blue,
Onyx
full,
cannot won a single
full
game on
assassin
chip.
ban.
I don't think Onyx have won a single game on chip, based on my statistics.
Well, Kibo has always been more of a playmaking type of roam, so the chip doesn't exactly fit his playstyle.
Yeah, 0%, 2 times he's played it.
Is that the weakness that Evo's
No ban sheep.
might try and abuse somehow?
How would they do that though?
Well, force Onyx to go for the chip, right? So that they have no keyboard engages.
So
Or they
if
let go.
on blue side, they'd have to do what? To make sure that the chip gets left open.
If Evos are on blue side,
Yeah.
Let
they just
Kalea
have-
go.
Oh, okay.
Because then Onyx will
So
have
you
to
ban
choose
Fanny.
between Chip or Kalea. Yeah. But that also means that Evos might have to choose between Chip or Kalea because Onyx might be like, yeah, go ahead, we want Kalea.
well, they can pick Kalea, and then now they're forced Onyx to play the chip.
That's true too, but
The 0% win rate.
I think, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that could be good. Again, pick
That's-
up the Kalea, utilize the flex potential, just like BTR did with the Kalea XP and Chip Roam.
We're looking at the previous game recap here from game number 1. Total damage dealt, now total gold.
I mean, Savero, when you do give him space to farm and do damage, I think, yeah, he was highest gold, and he was highest damage dealt as well. I mean, dang, on the Granger, dude, it was just raining bullets towards
First
Evos.
pick. There you go.
Ah,
Our
okay.
answer.
Oh boy.
Onyx have first pick, so they can't go for the respect. Assassin bans in
But
the second
now-
phase, at first phase.
Kinda scary though, because if Evo, now I think Onyx will try to force out the Kalea to be open, right? And then first pick Kalea for Keyboy. Gee,
Is the Hera supposed to lose lane against Granger, by the way?
yes,
So that was
Granger
an
wins.
expected
that was
outcome.
expected. What was not expected was Erlan dashing straight. Against a Granger, you never want to use your Chrono Dash straight onto the Granger because the Granger shoots in a line.
Yeah, he took a
So-
whole Rhapsody.
I think, man, I think Erlan has lost a ton of confidence since the whole era of
Brands?
swapping in brands and also the era of people just hating on him from one match performance. Shoutouts to you guys. You know exactly who you are. One match performance. And they're like, oh yeah, Erlan's the problem.
Is it the Moscow one?
Yeah.
I think he was doing so well before that as well, you know? Like, oh man. You hate to see it,
Okay.
but we have to forget about it for a second and come back to the game right now.
50% of things start in the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. So the drafts we go. Game number 2 presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Onyx on blue side, Evos on red.
Whoa.
Naruto is who again? Lucas?
Lucas.
No. Yeah. Lucas banned out. Baxia banned out.
Interesting.
The chip gets banned out. So what we were talking about, the chip eliminated.
Yeah, so Chip and Fanny has to be banned away by Evos unless they really think that they have what it takes. They want to tempt fate one more time. Oh boy. One more ban for Onyx and Evos. Oh, for Onyx. Yeah, they're really thinking of going for the Fanny. They can ban the Badang right now. Potentially. Unless they want to ban like the Lo Yi.
Yeah, that could work. They could also just go, you know, yeah, ban out Badang and then pick up They ban Haya, so they're not gonna. I think they'll be confident anyways. They'll probably think like, we have ways to counter. If this Kalea does get left open, Onyx will just first pick Kalea, and then they'll let Evos pick Fanny if they want.
What's your
There you go. So it comes down to Evos, because obviously they don't want to go up against the Fanny, and they don't want to pick it up either. There should be a Kalea first pick, right?
Yeah.
It's not, it's Joy!
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
The Joy was that prio. I guess Onyx are trying to hide a lot of the decisive.
Because I think also the fact that Onyx have banned out like the utility heroes away from Albert as well. Maybe if they force him something on something like the Fredrin, maybe they're anticipating that he won't be able to perform as well.
Yeah.
Could be it.
Because that's all he's been playing. Suyo, Lucas, Joy, Fanny, and Haya.
Definitely want to be on those aggressive assassins. Not for Onyx though, with the Granger already in the picture. What do they want to go for? Against a Kalea Harith. I feel like they want to try and hide something still, have a flex pick somewhere, so something that can go both Roman and EXP, I would assume.
And I think, oh man, now that I think about it, it's pretty damn smart by Raja Yeba. Lucas ban, Baksha ban, Haya ban. Those are 3 junglers. Fanny ban, he expected that from Evos.
Yeah.
So what's left? Suyo. That's why you pick up the Joy, the good matchup against the Suyo.
Exactly.
And now you're kind of forcing Evos to go for Fredrin or
Exactly.
Suyo.
Which he's never picked up the Fredrin yet.
Exactly. In the season. Damn. Raja Yeba.
Okay, Luo Yi is an option that has been left open. But I think they have to go Fredrin or Suyo here.
Wow.
Wait, let's think about Albert.
Ling.
Pocket picks?
Instant hero that comes to my mind when you say Albert is Ling, but we haven't seen that even
Yeah,
this
it's
season.
a different time.
It was a different time.
All right. Certainly a lot of thinking being done by Evos right here. They still have the flex pick Kalea to use right here.
A flashy
So,
accompaniment.
what the
There you
heck?
go.
Mirko, you called it.
Hey man, that's Albert Robob. That's his comfort. If ever he's forced on in a tough situation like this where you have to choose either Suyo that gets countered or Fredrin that's like tough to pull off, I guess, against a high mobility comp. But you can beat Joy, but again, it's going to be hard against Granger too. Then Albert Robob with the Ling.
So
the
bans
Farley.
now, Mirko. Like we talked about earlier, Harith in the picture. Is it gonna be a Farsa ban for the side of Evos? Or do they want to ban the Luo Yi? Those are 2 big possible options for Onyx.
But in this situation, is Farsa still that much of a threat considering Evos have the Ling now?
Right. I think it's still a threat towards the Harith. There's just more ways for Evos to deal with it with the Ling. But the Madang comes through first.
Yeah.
They don't believe that, well, even if they believe the Hylos is going Roam or EXP, it's interchangeable with the Madang. Limiting engage tools for Onyx, I think it's a good idea. That was Kacha ban as well.
I'm thinking about how Onyx want to play this right now. Do Onyx still want to go for the Farsa is my question, because that's a Ling, right? Like, you want to go Farsa for the Harith, but you also don't want to go Farsa for the Ling. I think the Valentina would be the better option then, especially if they are expecting Evos to go Edith, because then we can see Valentina, Sans again stealing Edith, Primal Wrath, and then boom, bang, bada binging.
I think technically the Yves could be a better option for Onyx.
Eve could be the better choice, yes, but then you're stuck in a box, right? Like, this is more of a, well, then maybe you can play with the Granger, and then Joy is like the other factor to it. Blue ban too. Huh, this really looks like Evos are trying to get Edith, by the way. So again, if it is going to be an Edith, this will play into what Onyx wants.
Valentina.
Yeah.
And it's a signature pick for Reggie. And we've seen Evos default back to an EXP and Edith multiple times before.
Dude, Reggie has only played Hilda, Phobius, Gatot. He take the Farsa. Okay, so even more reason now to be like, Valen, steal the RWM, oh sorry, steal the Feather Airstrike. But yeah, it could also be the Yves. It's a more straightforward approach to the Farsa.
I think it depends on what they're trying to do here, especially because they're up against a Ling, and Onyx has been very clear that they want to shut down Albert. I feel like going with the Valentina, a pick that's just a bit more difficult to punish on a Ling, can be the way to go here. Right? We can assume that that's the mindset that Yep might be working with. Along with that though, more crowd control for sure. Only a Hylos.
Novaria.
Oh! Yep.
Interesting.
Novaria here?
Gaze the stars.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Wow, forgot about the Luo.
Yeah, Luo Yi, we forgot about that. I mean, if we're talking about early game, this is yet another early game comp from Onyx, right? That's super big pickoff in the early game, good clear, Luo Yi, high base damage.
El Momento. This is a pretty good pick, I'm not gonna lie, to Tigreal to end things off. Kalea will be flexed into XP. I think the Valentino would have stopped the Tigreal from coming out if they did go for it, but they went for more risk, more rewards, technically. This early game composition, if done right, might be looking at like a 12-minute game end.
It is dangerous. Again, Luo Yi with a jawhead, dude. And this is Keyboy's jawhead. And we haven't seen it in a while, but back when Keyboy was playing this jawhead, he was pretty damn good.
And they want to be invasive in the early game as well to be able to shut down the Ling. Because one of the weaknesses of the Ling is that early game invade. We'll see how this all pans out. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the end for EVOS. This might be the end for Dewa as well. If they cannot force a game number 3, high stakes matchup once again. Welcome to the Land of Dawn once again for game number 2, as the Sky Kings are looking to secure their spot in the playoffs here at MPL ID Season 15.
Give us your predictions in the comment section. Chant for your team. EVOS' last stand, and it's already looking quite bad as Sans is looking for the kill in the mid lane. Key forced back already.
Level 1 Luo Yi definitely has a lot of damage. He was trying to find some information, but he does get denied it. He needs to be careful. If he keeps going for that, Keyboy and Sans in the early game here at level 2, it might be the strongest fighting composition here. A Luo Yi with a jawhead. Litho
taken by Kai.
Clean moves by Onyx for sure. Albert, actually, I think he'll be focusing on farming early on. I'm not sure if EVOS even really want to fight the first turtle fight. They can, but it's going to require a combo. But look at this.
And reaction, Suelo for some flicker. Keyboy! Again gets the ejector, survives too! Albert, he needs to look for some compensation. Keyboy in the bush. Yin Yang reaction, but attempts the blades now from Albert. Lupi with a stun! A disaster as EVOS are fighting on their last legs.
You think that Albert coming in was the best trade that they possibly could get? Unfortunately, they didn't account for Lutpi coming into the fray as well, being able to get that stun over and forcing that trade from happening. Looking at the emblems, an interesting choice for San. Still though, despite that choice, the damage is still there.
A steal. No time for the blades. Kyrie with a solo kill on Albert.
Yikes, dude. Sans, again, with the tenacity and the inspire. He is geared for a brawl already. Man, the fact that... Ooh, I think he pushed Keyboy back and it kind of put him right next to Suelo. That's how the initial ejector came up. Now Onyx, out of nowhere with 3 kills, like 1k gold lead. They've had the pressure, they've had the fights, and indirectly they have killed Albert twice. I mean, it's going great for Onyx right now.
He's a level below right now, so this turtle contest should be difficult for the White Tigers. I don't even know if they want to go for it. EVOS have a lot of tools, but there are 2 Purifies in the hands of Onyx. Sans and Sabero both have the Purify. Let's see how this all pans down.
Suelo looking for the play there. Sans gonna be caught in the feather airstrike. Lupi pops in Glorious Pathway in the backlands. It's gonna be Keyboy lifted up, slammed down to the ground. Diversion as Keyboy gets the ejector. It's gonna be Kyrie from the side coming in as well. Key unable to get the shove. Keyboy taking low, able to flicker around. Erlan gets the kill. Key very, very low as well, but Lupi will fall. And Evo suddenly, the tides have turned. Kai with the save on a steal against a healthy EVOS.
He still gets that retribution down, still gonna be able to secure the neutral objective, but Erlan was the big game changer there. A kill over, still something that they can invest in towards the later stage of the game. That's another 1v1.
Like to find Beats, looking for the kill on Albert. Finch poise away, Suelo, wings by wings, instantly sent back to the mid lane.
That's Onyx immediately zoning Albert again. Out of nowhere, he's still under so much pressure here, despite the brawling Harriet, despite the Tigreal and the Farsa. Onyx are just moving forward without a care in the world. It's all about shutting down Albert, and they are geared to do so yet again. Grouping around the purple buff, Keyboy.
Glorious pathway from Lukpi. Reggie in the back, looking for the Tsunami Slam. Good unstoppable force from Keyboy to cancel it out. Purple buff still taken by Albert. Zaman Force, good ejector out to save Lukpi.
So at least Evos are able to walk out of there with their purple buff intact. Onyx unable to steal it away. They still hold on to the gold lead, but again, they're still going to be able to put their eggs into Erlan, right? 1-0-1 so far, hasn't been able to be taken down. And he was able to take that? That gold crab?
Didn't quite catch that, so looking at the items here. Oh, yeah, looking at the items here. None really completed just yet, but Sans with the Enchanted Talisman is going to be able to have so much more spammability, and he's going to be able to use the diversion a lot more. He's sitting for a play onto Reggie, going for a wave cut here. It's going to work though. It is!
With their reaction, the stun, bring back Reggie, able to go back, Kairi in the back with the electrifying beats in the air. You can't stop music.
It's the base pumping through mid-air as Keyboy tries to scout for the turtle, and the team is rotating. Diversion, not used to surprise Evos, but used to have a superior rotation. Albert going to the top side actually, so Onyx, they can go for the take, or can they go for a pickoff?
Desperate shove back, Keyboy finds the ejector, Lukpi with the stun. Chain CC'd, Kairi not even going to use the retribution for the turtle. That's turtle number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We want to go for more. Glorious pathway by Lukpi. Reggie able to go for it. A bit more sustain as the Revitalize gets popped in by Lukpi. Keyboy looking for the backline again. It's going to be the implosion onto 2, but look at that. In the backline, Kai electrifying beats Savero with the assassinations and diversion to escape. No, it's to go over to the other side as now Loyi Sans is all alone. Albert dives in towards Sans. Purify. And he wins the 2v1. Sends Sway Low and Albert running back.
That's the 3-4-3 trade. Albert finally finds his moment with that triple kill, but he loses the purple buff, I believe. And Onyx still gonna be able to get that permanent structure in the mid lane. So overall, was that still worth it for the Sky Kings?
I think it's still worth it. Whatever they can do against Albert to put him down even more, it's always gonna be good. On top of that, Savero was able to pick up several kills, so is Kairi, and we know that Joy, when the Joy is snowballing, no frontline can even take the camp damage, so Onyx are still going to be scaling quite well. Indirectly, with Kairi doing so well, Swaylo is also forced to respect that potential, so they're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone right here. They're threatening Evos' backline, and they're saving their own backline by denying Swaylo.
Okay. It looks like they have a lot more emphasis as well onto Savero. As well as Erlan, I'm going to be able to get some damage onto the top side of the map, looking for the clear. Another invade from Onyx. Albert might be caught out.
1v4. Oh! Mid-air stun, Tempest of Blades. Albert, Keyboy trying to go for the prediction on the Defiant Blades, but Kai has gotten the purple. Oh, a shot with a Tsunami Slam now. Defiant Beats coming down with the implosion. Kairi gonna be taken down, but they're all gonna be caught in the yin-yang reaction earlier. Lukpi in the front, key gun down. Savero with a snipe from downtown. A diversion up top. Reggie ambushed by Onyx, who don't stop.
A 1-for-2 trade by the Sky Kings once again. You thought Kairi was taken out, but the fact is with 2 members taken down as well, Onyx will be able to still get the last turtle. Another perfect turtle here in game number 2.
That was so good from Onyx there. It was definitely a mistake for Kairi to get jumped on like that. But again, Evos had to use everything to ensure they do get that kill. On top of that,
in MPL ID Season 6 with 32 picks and a 75% win rate. Will that win rate stand today, as it's looking like the Sky Kings are holding on 3,400 gold lead?
Skirmish, Keyboy picked off. Erlan gets the kill. Evos. There's a breath of fresh air for a bit, but look at the trades on the map. Tier 2 and Tier 1 for a kill on Keyboy.
Unfortunately for them, there won't be any invade to the purple. Wait, I might have spoken too soon.
Diversion. Reggie in the front. Oh, execution for the Detonata. Implosion from Key, finding the core targets, but still, despite the implosion, it's the kills for Savero. Albert claims another, but it's only onto the frontliner. Suelo gets the stun on Savero.
Ooh, Suelo and Erlan went in together there. They really could have punished Savero, but the Purify is still there. That's probably why they don't go for it. Kyrie!
Flicker out to safety.
Oh man, the jungle is just never safe, dude, for Evos and Onyx. Both teams trying to go toe-to-toe in the pickup game department, and they both have the tools to do so. Overall, 5k gold lead for Onyx. And now, once there's control like this, you can bet they're already planning on the next turn of events. Right? Colbert, oof. Forced to back away. They're trying to push the bottom wave down and rotate immediately. Go for that Lord. Evos, can they try and surprise Onyx somehow? Reggie and Key spotted immediately, man. They just cannot find an angle to catch Onyx off guard.
No, with 2 Purifies, it has been super difficult for the White Tigers to look for that opportunity. They still have the option to try and layer it, look for a trigger, and then utilize the other. Oh, that's it.
A fling onto Key with the ejector, and look at the all-in over to Key. Tsunami Slam knocking him down, but it's going to be Savero again. Kyrie running them down with the electrifying beats in the back. Suelo forced to run around the wall. Won't be taken down. Savero still alive somehow. Gets shut down by Albert. Flung by Unstoppable Force. Sky gets the shutdown. A diversion from Sans into the bush. Erlan will be zoned away from tier 2. Onyx want to get turrets and the Lord at the same time.
That's 4 members for the price of Savero. Evos. Guys, I'm sorry to say, but this isn't looking good for the White Tigers at all.
Erlan with a desperate attempt to try to save the game. Key. Oh! Even when he was looking for a big play, it's just cancelled. Denied by Sans.
Really good cover, so many tools that they can utilize. Unstoppable Force on top of everything else was also a really great way to shut Albert down in his tracks when he's looking for the outplay, that 1v4 outplay. That's a push.
An all-in on Lutpi, but a diversion comes around, and now Evos will just be standing on it. They know it's a bluff.
I mean, especially Key. He wants them to take that and implosion everyone, but that's the thing. If Onyx has shown that they don't take the diversion once, maybe the next time they will. And Evos have to play that mind game, but Key tries to get Lutpi. But so far, they just can't risk it, man. The Lord is pushing on the bottom side. Onyx setting up for a siege. Whoa!
I think he's dead. Death Sonata from Savero, the death sentence. But he was staying there for way too long.
There's still a Lord marching in the bottom side of the map here.
Oh?
It's going to be able to break the shield structure. That's a
cheeky attempt.
Cheeky diversion played by Sans. Oh?
Glorious pathway to cut him down. K-Boy from the side with an Unstoppable Force has the flicker ready, but will not decide to use it. Down below, Sans trying to get the yin-yang reactions. Kyrie fully stacked up now. Another turret fall. Savero going to be taken very low. Tsunami Slam purified out. Another airstrike coming down with Lutpi now. Popping Revitalized to try to survive, but Erlan gets the kill. 2 base turrets for Lutpi.
Luckily, it's on the same side as the Lord spawning, so essentially, Evo should be able to look for something here. Unfortunately, they don't have map tools like Onyx does with the Luo Yi, but there definitely is still a chance. The White Tigers need to look for that.
Onyx were definitely trying to get the turret on the top side. You saw in their movements there, they're trying to rotate there, but they decided that it wasn't really feasible. So they just have to go with what they get, right? They use the waves that were there in the mid and bottom lane, go for those base turrets. So as you mentioned, Eterna, there's gonna be a layer of a setup here that Evos can play around with. But again,
oh yikes.
83% there with a victory rate for Onyx. Again, for Evos, if they want to play this macro game, they have to rely on Albert.
Yeah.
And Albert is level 15 by all means, but he's on like 3.5 items, as opposed to, I don't know, everyone on the side of Onyx, man. I don't know if he can actually be a realistic split push threat. As Key, man, Sans is so aware, checking out the bush every single time, dude.
Because usually the Ling is like considered the god of the far lane, right? With these split pushes, but with him falling so far behind, he's 2,000 gold, I think, behind of Kyrie at this point. Even in that 1v1, he should be unable to take him down. So what do they do? It looks like they're still going to be sending Albert to control in that far lane, while the rest of the members are going to be controlling.
See some damage there from Swalo as well onto Lutfi. There's definitely more items. Whoa, Reggie!
Flicker already, Glorious Pathway. They're gonna all in onto Reggie. Ejector coming down as well. That's a free
Erlan?
Sky Piercer. Stacks of arrow in the back, gonna be caught by the implosion, but still able to this. Erlan jumps in, finds a killing spree, but Kai deals with him. Erlan able to escape. Attempts to blaze coming down with Albert. Now going with the chase, but Kai has done a lot of damage. Albert with a shutdown to save the game. Only 2 of the frontliners left. Keyboy with the ejector running him down. Smart missiles in. Unstoppable force. Everything sent Key's way. Evo somehow still have hope.
Overall, that's still a worthwhile trade for Evos. They get the main carries, San, Savero, and Kyrie all taken out. The gold lead down to 5K. That's not bad at all.
The angle in which Erlan engaged was really great. They
It
were
was a
able
flank.
to exactly. They were able to catch Onyx off guard. If we take a look at a replay there, that was a big moment for Erlan. And they're going to be able to prolong their lives here, not just in this game, but also in this tournament. We're going back to 50-50 again. Inhibitor turret on the far lane is still standing for Evos. So it's not as bad. It's Onyx that has to kind of deal with those waves. They've actually sent in Sans. But remember, he can always just diversion back into the Lord take.
It's a tough part for Evos. If they're sending Albert on a split push mission, they have no idea how Onyx are going to try and stop it, right? And we've seen Onyx set up an ambush in the lanes, in the jungle path on the way to the top side too. So it's a bit of a waiting game. Unfortunately for Evos, they're going to have the purple buff available for Albert. That's a massive win. Look at this though, Onyx immediately onto the Lord. Are they going to try and burst it down? Reggie spots it.
You want to try it, Reggie. Holding position. Key with the conceal. Reggie won't be able to jump onto anyone. Key gonna be stunned. Key jumps into the implosion, finds them. Pure priority. The ejector coming down. It's only onto Reggie now. As Keyboy will lose his immortality. Time to blaze from Albert. Looking for the blaze again. Albert! Oh my lord! In the back high. Can he do it? Jumps on Albert once. Jumps on him twice. That's a kill. But a tsunami slam will lock him down. As Erlan looks for the damage. Kai is still able to go for the dashes again. Kyrie jumps on Erlan, who's able to get the chrono dash away. But Key is all alone, and Onyx know it. They want to chase. They want to look for him.
Do they find him?
They
That's
do.
Sans and Savero.
Gunned down by Savero, who's definitely on full stacks.
2 members taken down for the price of 1. This means that this is going to be a free Lord over for the Sky Kings once again. Swalo is in the area, maybe looking for a miracle play. Wings by Wings for the airstrike.
Diversion into the back, an attempt. No. Swalo will concede it, and now with the Lord in the 17th minute, Onyx, they're looking for the end.
That was a respectable try by Evos, man. They're able to find the prior targets. Albert able to actually get going on that link, but Onyx, just when Evos were already celebrating that win there, Kyrie shows up behind them, dude. They have to be careful about the re-engage there, as Albert gets on the way. No purple buff for him, it seems like.
Reggie into the front, no purple buff, like you said, but it's going to be Keyboy who'll be taken down. Erlan with a Demand Force already jumping away. Lupi looking for the chase. Sans is walking him down now with a diversion at the back. But Kai! You're focused on the purple, and Kyrie snatches a win right behind them. Evos are out of playoff contention. Welcome, Onyx, Alter Ego, and TLID.
It's a rough day for the Evos fams today. And despite Dewa's win earlier against RRQ, the biggest upset of MPL ID Season 15, unfortunately with this 2-0 win, they too will have to bow out of their playoff contention here at MPL ID Season 15. And it's official, all 6 slots have been filled. The only thing left to contend for is the upper bracket slot. GG to Evos, GG to Dewa, GG to Navi.
Man, everything got settled so quick there in that game and even in the standings. A sad day for the Evos fans. But Onyx were able to just gets so much going for them. And EVOS could not stop it.
For the first time in their careers, he and Albert will not be present at the playoffs.
It's definitely a tough pill to swallow once again. Let's talk to the victors. Let's see how Onyx feels about this win. Bude Clara, take it away.
Satu kemenangan menentukan nasib dari berbagai tim. Dan inilah dia, playoff untuk tim Onyx. Dan bukan hanya Onyx, Onyx juga langsung membawa turut serta kedua tim lainnya. Tim Liquid ID dan juga tim Alter Ego. Dan dengan berat hati kita harus menyampaikan sekian dan terima kasih untuk perjuangan dari tim EVOS beserta dengan Dewa United. Semua telah diberikan